Streams up, she's in the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Casey's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, filth in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
I didn't even think about my microphone. Good morning. I'm like, camera, lights, we're good. How's about the way that everybody can hear you, Chinsia? You kept it very far away. It's morning, okay? Let's blame it. Lucifer is a new member. Wee! Tim Pool is bald. Why didn't I hear an alert? That's interesting. Interesting. Yeah. No, that's not how that's supposed to go. It's supposed to go stream. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me still? Tim Pool is bald. Yeah, I suppose. But I think own it if you're bald, boys. But that's because I have a very handsome husband who's bald, so I don't give a damn about hairless men. You can hear me. Thanks, Sherry. Hi, Davina. Beanie Baby. Well, anyway, thanks, Lucifer, for being a member. We are on the members only side of the channel. We are discussing this meditations. Yeah, you will get that this week. So that's what we're on. I was contemplating reading another section and discussing it, but let's go section by section. I'm finished the intro, and yeah, that's happening on the members only part. Kitty, here comes the money. I saw, you know, that Lucifer, what's her name? Charles uses that as a notification sometimes for super chats. It's money. But I want a kitty. Is the volume fine? Okay, the volume is fine. Says Davina. Okay, guys. Sorry about my hair. It's morning hair, I suppose. No, it just dried this way yesterday after I swam. So, ew. What else? There's no other housekeeping. We got to just get into this, right? That's what's happening? Let's get the video up. Put you a member for 1 month. Wee! That's his member chat, guys. I'm gonna make better membership badges in terms of the colors don't really make sense. So yeah, that will be updated. You guys are just the most patient people, honestly. Okay, let's get the video up. Has everybody done their homework? Have you watched it? Have you watched the video? I've watched most of it, but I've obviously watched the section we are going to diagram in the most detail. I tried getting Aiden and Lucy to get audio clip, but they felt silly trying to make it. Oh, well, Aiden, why would Aiden give a shit about me? Lucy should at least try, but whatever. It's fine. I'll do it myself. No, we'll get Daisy to meow and we'll make a meow of it. I don't know. But thanks for trying, Lucifer. I really appreciate it. But you like my intro music? That is Creamage. He created that. And there's also an outro. You'll see if you stick around. Or you'll just check it out later. Right. So what are we on about today? We are... She's made many silly audio clips. Okay. Excuse me, X-Mind. Wake up. Yeah. Okay. Right. So yes, today we are diagramming a section of the Temple discussion with trigonometry, which is Constantine Kissin and Francis Foster. Those are trigonometry people, but mostly it is between Temple and Constantina, and it's kind of just what's interesting about it is Tim plays around with the definition of warfare. Tim plays around with the definition of warfare to kind of talk about what powers a president should have, a wartime president. So it's like it's a bit iffy. I wanna track what his definition is. He jumps around a little bit with it, and softens it in some places and then hardens it in others. It just, but yeah, I guess he is onto something. I feel like he is okay. It makes sense, but at the same time, he's kind of like a doomsday prepper or whatever. Not a doomsday prepper, like a doomsday preacher. So it's like he'll be right, and then he'll say, "You see," or he'll be wrong and be like, "I never said that." So yeah, emergency powers, things like that is what he's on. Hey, Vincent. Yeah. So just in general, from what I heard, he's onto something, but he's just using academic definitions. So it doesn't really hit home with us normies or the audience, I suppose, unless they are, what do you call it? Already scared. So yeah, I've got my transcript from the previous. Let's go. I'm sorry, I've got to get to the. Interesting if I should watch it here on my transcript app. Just hold, not app, but like website. Let me see what it looks like.
Yeah.
No, it's not scrolling. Interesting. Okay. Let's get to the timestamp. Oopsie. No, you go over here. I've got everything swapped around. Xmind is supposed to be on this screen, and videos are supposed to be on the other. There we go. And transcripts over there. Cool, we good. Does anyone know the source of fourth and fifth generation warfare? No, I don't know it. But he's saying it's from academics. So I can understand academics making that sort of thing because that's academia. That's what they do. But it only becomes part of common parlance when Tim brings it into the discussion. Otherwise, it would have been stuff that historians talk about. Okay, so where are we at with this? Where does it start? 1 hour 16. So I'm just going to 1 hour 16, 60. It'll be 76 minutes. Sorry, I'm scrolling. I'm getting to my transcript. Okay. And let's go over here into.
And so the question then becomes. Do we play this game of, for PR reasons, I'm going to pretend like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy, or
well, I hope it isn't the person Wikipedia credit with it. Why? Who is it? Vincent? Fifth gen warfare is memes. Hey, Zerofax. Okay.
Do we say in times of war?
Look, one of the things in terms of my first impressions of watching this, it is, first of all, is there a freaking AI filter that they've put over this, like a beautifier or something that they've put over this video? because everyone is so freaking smooth. Or I was like, okay, did they just try this with AI for the first time and Tim wasn't actually really in the room? Like, I don't know. It just looks weird. It's giving uncanny valley. So I was really weirded out by it, but you know what? Cool. Let's just listen to it. Not who gives a shit about the smoothness of the faces. We want to hear what they have to say. So yeah, that was my first thing. Okay, my second thing is, okay, it is a lot of Tim just monologuing. You know, he goes on for a long time. Like, I was listening to this in the shower and I'm like, I am almost done with my hair and you are still talking. Nobody has interrupted you, nothing. Like, I get it. I'm happy that there is no interruption. So we can have some very long speeches to cut through and diagram. But what I did like is Constantine is it's a good conversation. It's an example. It seems like a good example of honest conversation, especially after what we got last week with Douglas and Dave. It was very intense and ad hominem in a way. So there was a lot of intense motions. The name of this video is "This Got Intense," but actually, it's not as intense as what we're used to, and it's actually, I feel like it's an interesting conversation. So I'm glad we're doing a trigonometry to see how they interact compared to what we've seen elsewhere. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find my way in my transcript, but then again, I'm thinking, should I just use the usual transcript over here? Let's see. Let's see how it goes using the transcript that is with on the YouTubes. So go over here. And let's see. Let's discuss, guys. What do we want in terms of detail here? Because we did the last one, and I was like, okay, we're just taking absolutely everything everybody says. This is okay. It's a shorter bit, so at least it's like maybe, what is it, like 15? No, yeah, it's about 40 minutes. So it's people are like, haha, this is going to be your first 10-minute diagram. Not a chance, guys. This is definitely going to be the in-depth thing, as it usually is. But I'm wondering, do I put ideas or do I put exact wording? I'm thinking because there are such long speeches, it would be better for us to copy paste the speech, okay, and then sort out the ideas. So I'm actually going to, yeah, I'm going to have to take it step by step from here. Okay, so let's go 16. So yeah, in terms of the context of the previous bits of conversation, they have the discussion. The first thing that he talks about is civil war. Then he talks about swatting as part of it. That's actually where is my summary? It's actually here. I will read it to you. So the 5th generation stuff have to do with invoking Alien Enemies Act. He does bring that up. He seems to think that it's okay to do that. So let's read our quick summary. It's about 500 words, guys. Okay, the current political climate in the United States has raised concerns about civil strife, with a discussion surrounding the potential of civil war. This summary encapsulates the key points from a conversation exploring the definitions of civil strife, the implications of political violence, and the historical context of wartime powers. So that's like the main gist of what they're talking about. They do talk about, there's current state of affairs. Civil strife defined. Civil strife is characterized by 70 or more political deaths per year. This is according to Tim. He gives us this definition. The US has seen 30 politically motivated deaths in the first few months, indicating a troubling trend. So this is according to Tim. Tim's brought this up. Historical context. The conversation draws parallels between today's political climate and the historical events leading to civil wars, such as the American Civil War. So that's very much what Tim does. He brings in all of this historical context. This is what it was like for them before the Civil War. And then when it actually broke out, this is how people died and this is how people viewed it. So he kind of says people didn't know they were in it until they were in it. And he's kind of coming from this side of, no, I think we're in it, guys. But then he also backs out and says, no, we might be at the tail end of this conflict. So here, he jumps on it, then he jumps away from it. I don't know. That's my feeling about it. So yeah, the rise of political violence, including riots and targeted attacks, is seen as a precursor to more severe conflict. Okay, so that's what the more severe conflict is what I think Constantine and most people are like, we're waiting for that. That's when we'll call it a civil war, guys. Before that, we'll call it conflict or strife or stuff like that. And this, I must say, made me think about South Africa, and I'm like, oh, America, you sweet summer child. Or Tim, you sweet summer child, because I'm like, the amount of violence and shit that happens in South Africa, and then it's like, oh, are we in a civil war? If we had to use the same standards, of course you don't, because you're a different nation. I understand you're not supposed to, but yeah, it makes me go, oh, America, such a great place that you can get sad and scared about your political violence. I'm not playing Oppression Olympics there. I'm just saying it's actually quite cool that you guys have the standard of, oh my god, shit is going on. Okay, key arguments. So this is the key arguments. Wartime president. This is what he thinks Trump is supposed to be now. The discussion posits that a wartime president may need to take extraordinary measures to maintain order, even if those measures seem dictatorial. Okay. Administrative warfare. The concept of administrative warfare is introduced, where political factions engage in actions that undermine the opposing side, such as the arrest of political figures and lawyers. So he brings that up. This is all it's a summary of the whole conversation, but actually this includes the precursor to what we're going to diagram here. So that's why I'm reading this. Public perception. The media's portrayal of political events influences public perception. Often leading to a divided understanding of what constitutes acceptable political discourse and action. So the thing he focuses on for a long time is the historical parallels. So Abraham Lincoln's actions, because one of the main questions in the debate that we're going to diagram is, was Lincoln a dictator? Okay, so he goes, Lincoln's suspension of habeas corpus during the Civil War is cited as a historical example of a leader taking extreme measures in a time of crisis. And the main disagreement is obviously with this comparison. For Constantine, he's like, yeah, but that's not now. I don't know about then, but that's not now. So he tries to make that. We can look at how strong that argument is. Modern implications. The conversation suggests that similar actions may be justified today if the political climate continues to deteriorate. Hey, Zax, good evening. So media influence. The media's role in shaping narratives around political violence and civil strife is emphasized, with examples of public figures inciting violence or celebrating acts of aggression. Okay, so that's Tim. He talks about certain, I think it was the Today Show or something, and the people cheered on civil acts of terrorism. So with the whole bombing of Teslas and things like that. Yeah, there is a growing sense of anger among the populace, fueled by economic struggles and perceived injustices, which may lead to further unrest. One of the things that Tim, I was kind of interested in, is Tim was like, yeah, people perceive that everything is worse, but it's actually not. But that's one of the things he did say. But I'm like, you're adding to this perception, but okay. The conversation highlights the precarious states of American politics where civil strife and political violence are increasingly prevalent. The historical context of wartime powers and the influence of media on public perception are critical in understanding the potential trajectory of the nation. As tensions rise, the need for a balanced approach to governance and civil rights becomes ever more pressing, with the hope that the country can navigate these challenges without descending into chaos. So I'm with that before I start diagramming, which I still have not done. I know. I want to start a poll I will turn it off by the end of the discussion, by the end of the debate, the diagram. Let us engage with the audience. I'm going to make a poll. And whether you're American or not, you're allowed to vote. Okay, which is kind of funny. Okay, is America in a time of war? Yes. No. And then a little bit. No, should I just do it a yes or no? Yeah, let's leave it at yes or no. I'm not giving you guys other options. Fuck that. Okay? It's just yes or no. Okay? Enjoy. Just like in American elections, yeah. Okay, let's get Xmind up. Right. Take you away. Transcript man. And let's start you off.
And so the question then becomes, do we play this game of, for PR reasons, I'm going to pretend like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy? Or do we...
How's the audio, guys? War is a nebulous term. But think about it just as the way what it means to you, just quickly. Do you go, oh my God, America, wartime? That's why I've made it so simple. That's harder to answer than I expected. Yeah. Just answer it with your gut. If it feels like yes, then it's a yes. Wishing you a good stream. Take care. Thanks, Rio. Right, Rio. Rio the parrot. Thanks. We shall see you another time. Go and have a good sleep. Or whatever you're on to. Okay.
We say, in times of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions, which are...
Okay. In times of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions. What are some of the... Sorry, before we go... No, not before. I'll add them as we go. Never mind. Hey, what do you do? Did I make the key floating? Yeah, that's an interesting way to do it. Okay. Maybe we make the key float. There you go. Key, you float with us. Okay. Wartime president. Maybe we can, because of the structure of this, we should just do it one speaking term at a time. No. Yes. Wartime president. Wartime president. This is a topic that I've created as the main topic. Okay. But it is kind of what Tim has brought up, so let's give it a border of red. Okay. Right. Dimple. Copy so. Let's go. So when you do click on the what do you call it? The when you do click on the on the chapter, it starts off with this PR thing that he's talking about. But I think we should start with this wartime thing. This is what I mean.
And so the question then becomes, do we play this game of, for PR reasons, I'm going to pretend like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy? Or do we say, in times of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions which are outside what our principles purport to be?
But we're not in a time of war.
That's the immediate thing. We're not at a time of war. Okay, so he was talking, he did invoke Abraham Lincoln before and the Civil War. Okay, that's his historical. I spoke to you about the historical parallels. So, wartime president makes difficult decisions which are outside what our principles purport to be. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna keep this thing in. Do we say, for PR reasons, I'm going to pretend like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy? Going to pretend like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy, or do we say, in terms of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions which are outside what our principles purport to be? Okay, like that's a vague enough statement. Like, oh, our principles. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean about this? Do you mean we can use the Constitution? We can go against the Constitution? What are you telling me? Thank you, Lucifer. That is a good suggestion. Thank you, everybody. Smash that like button. Yes, please do. It will appreciate it, I swear. Okay, who still believes in oh, you mean I thought you meant Tim believed in segregation. Sparkles, you're talking about Abraham Lincoln. Okay. But yeah, I'm just more concerned, as Constantine is like, how do we make this applicable now? You're trying to use the mythos of Abraham Lincoln to kind of justify what's going on now, and he has a kind of double standard about what politicians can do when he agrees with them versus when he doesn't, and he owns it, at least, which I'm appreciative of. Okay, makes difficult decisions which are outside our principles, what our principles purport to be. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. I clicked on something, guys. Sorry.
And so the question then becomes, do we play this game of, for PR reasons, I'm going to pretend like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy? Or do we say, in times of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions which are outside what our principles purport to be?
But we're not in a time of war.
Okay, like immediately, we're not at a time of war. Okay, so like we can have a philosophical conversation about what Abraham did and whatever, because it's established history. We're not there. Cool. But right now, different conversation. Well, not completely different. I understand that you would make a parallel, make a comparison. Oh God, it's hard to navigate this Ooh, timeline. Does it show me a timeline? Oh. Interesting. Chapters. No, I don't want the chapters. I want the trans. Sorry, guys. I'm busy just enjoying myself over here with the YouTube navigation.
And so the question then becomes, do we play this game, wartime president makes difficult decisions?
In the time of war.
And it's also
We're not in a time of war. So this is the main contention. The main argument they're going to have is whether they're in a time of war or not. And then, of course, what does this mean when they're in a time of war or not? What can a president do in a time of war? Okay, but you can clearly see Constantine is completely no. His answer to the poll in chat, which you should have voted in, is no. And then Francis, what does Francis say?
as well, Tim.
No.
No, we're not.
So when
Tim, can I just?
to be.
But we're not in a time of war.
And it's also as well, Tim.
No.
No, we're not.
So when
Tim, can I just make a point? And this
we are in
is
time of war.
right. Okay, we'll come to that in a second. When the government takes away rights.
Okay, so we're not in a time of war. We are in a time of war. I think I'll just put that he restates in the time of war. Let's go back.
It is that.
When-
Tim, can I just make a point? And this
We are in
is
time of war.
right. Okay, Tim.
No.
No, we're not.
So when
The-
principles purport to be.
But we're not
Well,
in the time of war.
and it's also
Are
as
we?
well, Tim.
No.
No, we're not.
So when
Okay, so they're basically just basic disagreement. Tim disagrees. I'll just go. We're not. Okay, that's it. It's just the basically we're not. Like, you're gonna have to explain this. This is clearly the thing we disagree about, but we're still gonna go back and forth like sillies about it, which is so interesting about in conversation. And then we are in a time of war. Showing this is the main point of contention, but let's see where this will be. Need to address it. Okay, so what does Francis say?
Tim, can I just make a point? And this
we are in
is
time
some
of war.
okay. We'll come to that in a second.
Sitch's law will kill this convo. The thing is, Lucifer, they actually really make, well, at least Constantine makes an effort to understand this definition and then say, this is where I agree with you on it. So they are aware of the Sitch's law of the situation, which I think is quite good. It makes it valuable. So even when you disagree on a definition, you can go forward with your conversation and have an interesting conversation, a meaningful conversation where you transact with ideas. It's still good. I really enjoy it. We'll come to that in a second, but what is your response? Could you just play like
When the government takes away rights, it is very, very difficult, if not almost impossible, for you to get them back. Can we just agree?
Yeah, they can agree on that. Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Whoopsie. That's not my control. See? What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Seriously, that's what we learned in the previous discussion. No, that's not what I'm copy pasting. Fuck you. Copy. Here. We'll come to that in a second. I'm singing. Oh yes. No, if I put on music, then the background, everything fucks out. So no music for you guys today. I'll just go You battle your bra every day. We'll come to that in a second. Okay. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to get them back. So presumably this point about I was reading Sparkles' note, not mine. Okay. It seems like this would be the reason that Francis is against giving any sort of extra powers to a leader, because you can't get them back. Okay. She said it, not me. Yeah, I read it. I didn't say it. So the reason would be against extra given in crisis. And I think that's also coming off the back of coming off the back. Oh god, it's really hard not to double speak here. What's the name? After COVID, this kind of thing is a bit scary to people, obviously.
We'll come to that in a second. When the government takes away rights, it is very difficult, if not almost impossible, for you to get them back. Can we just agree that?
Yes.
It's
Okay, so we can agree. Okay, that wasn't the point of contention anyway, but this is a reason that he would not want wartime powers, I suppose. Yeah, so what is he? Then you say yes, he can agree on that. Thank you. Look at them agreeing. I'm very excited when people agree because then we can go forward. If you agree on the little bits and disagree on the big bits, it's fine.
So you are willing to give up rights in this society for the government to then come in and then enact against the enemies?
When have humans ever?
Oh god, this is his argument. When have humans not done that? It's like, no. Tell us now what is good and bad about it. Don't tell me, oh, it's happened all the time. Tell me right now. What in principle, what makes this good and what makes this bad? Don't appeal to, oh, it's always been this way, because that's not a good enough example for me. I need you to understand. I need you to explain it to me. I am 5. Explain it like I am. Good morning, folks. Hope you will have a splendid day. Hi, gamer. You have a splendid day as well. Here comes the kitty. A kitty. Sorry, guys, that you've seen how my virtual audio cable does things. So there has to be, I don't know, I was thinking of using a Discord soundboard. Anyway, but just imagine the Lucifer. Actually, imagine Lucifer singing this to you. Yeah. Thanks, Lucy. Okay, so Kitty, you want everyone to mansplain things. Yes, mansplain. Or womansplain, whatever. Just splain yourself. That's all I want. You don't get to go, oh, it's always been this way. Like, I understand the value of tradition. I absolutely do. But I need you to tell me the value within it. Like, explain yourself further. You can't just hand that off to me and I'll be like, oh, absolutely, I'm satisfied.
Ever not done that?
And then enact against the enemies.
When have you?
Okay, then back for you to get them back. So you're willing to give up rights in this society for the government to then become in and then enact against the enemies. So here, this is the wartime powers he's talking about. I think is this a follow-on point? I suppose it is. He does go from here. Do I have to toggle the timestamps? I think this might help us if we take the timestamps out. Let's see. There we go. That'll help. You have a great singing voice. I am not denying that. Willing to give up rights. So you are willing to give up rights in the society for the government to then come in and then enact against the enemies. I just can't understand why several times I think he does this, if I'm not mistaken, where he just goes, when have we not? It's like, just answer it for yourself. Okay?
Almost impossible for you to get them back. Can we just agree that?
Yes.
So you are willing to give up rights in this society for the government to then come in and then enact against the enemies.
When have humans ever not done that?
Give me one example. When have humans ever not done that? Like, I want more. Okay, like I understand. Okay, I suppose if you're saying when have they not done that, what you're questioning the validity of his question or of his discomfort. You're saying, why are you uncomfortable with this? We've always done this. I understand that, but I want us to interact with the idea a little bit more. When has government acknowledged consequential rights absent intervention? Good question, Xavier. I don't know. When have humans ever not done give me example one? What's his next one? One.
When have humans ever not done that? Give me one example. One.
Like Yeah, I just don't think I want this approach. No. I need more explanation. Understand. He's questioning Francis' distaste. Hey, love it. I see that you were busy with the story. I will catch up on that later. Did you enjoy it? Guys, go and have a look at Lovett's channel for she was reading a story that she has written. So go and do that. Other book people, I know there's some book people here. I understand he's questioning Francis's distaste for this. Essentially, why are you uncomfortable? Why are you now? Okay. That's what I think he's doing. 2400 BC. It was a Friday, partly cloudy, and no rights were given or taken away. They've trained America to be in a state of war constantly. So is your answer yes, love it, to the poll?
In civilized society,
Not
for
true.
ins-
In World
Oh my god! Could you not let him finish? Tim, he's like, in civilized society, no, not true. What do you mean? He didn't even give you an answer. Trigger happy boy.
in civilized society,
Not
for
true.
ins-
In civilized society, for as. So he's like, in civilized society, we don't do this. So he's just not true. Like let him finish, okay? Because we need to interact, Tim. We need to interact with the ideas, love. So I understand that you're against it. I understand your disagreement, but can we get more about it? That's play. But that's why I think these guys really deal with Tim very well. Or they could have made this a very stupid, one-sided conversation and just not gotten a lot out of Tim. But because of the way they handle him in a non-combative point, but still disagreeing with him, we actually get a valuable conversation. Civilized society is no, not true. That is very Tim, I think. Just he does those things. That's not true. That's not true. Okay. You said it very persuasively. Not true.
In World War II, the United States implemented the U.S. Office of Censorship.
Okay. So not true in civilized society. So look, this is now he does look, at least he does back it up. Okay, so he already had his argument ready. Not true, and he'll explain why it's not true. That's why I'm giving it a separate block. Here's an example. So we were in civilized. This was civilized civilized world apparently during World War II. The United States implemented the U.S. Office of Censorship and banned. A lot of people in the comments of this are like, wow, I used to hate Tim Pool, or I stopped watching Tim Pool. He was too much. Now I think he's quite interesting. There's some people that have like turned because of not turned, but like given him another chance because of how he interacted in this conversation. Because you realize, oh yeah, he's not a crazy lefty anyway. So yeah, he might be a bit loopy with the Civil War thing, but he's still good for a good conversation, and he's not a crazy leftoid. So that's good. So people kind of remember why they listened to him in the first place. Well, not that I've gone and listened to him in a while. Okay. In the World War II, people from ban people from exploit. It's in what?
People from
obviously, in the time, it's
to the U.S. Office of Censorship and banned people from
obviously, in the time, it's
and banned. Okay, they banned people from something. Okay. I don't remember. Obviously, when you go in this detail, you will see how many interruptions there are. But there's long speeches still.
It's interesting that you say this because
Censorship and banned people from
well, obviously,
engaging.
it's
Beep, 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 beep.
interesting that you say this because all anti-Ukraine people in America keep calling Zelensky a dictator for having martial law, which is in line with the Ukrainian constitution. And
Okay, interesting that new. Let's copy that. Okay, is it a direct follow-on, or is it a separate point? Yeah, he is diverting because he's talking about that's the world war. Tone police called against upwards. So there, people. It's interesting. This is Constantine saying this. Let's get your color. People. Interesting. This says because all anti-Ukraine people in the US. Keep calling Zelensky a dictator for having martial law with the Ukrainian, which is within the Ukrainian constitution, and not having an election like the UK. Okay. Then he goes into disagreeing exactly with it, like the UK. So let's go here. Play.
having an election like the UK
Well, he
didn't have,
declared it, and the Constitution says that he can declare it, and Congress can uphold it.
like the UK
Well, he
didn't have.
declared it, and
The UK didn't. He just says didn't have. Where more interruptions. There aren't flyovers exactly the way we had in Douglas and Dave, where they literally were talking past each other. They realize that they're interrupting and they stop. That they let one person talk. Okay. Okay. He declared it. So he declared this martial law. And okay. And the Constitution says he can declare it. Okay. Cool. So actually, look who diverted us away from Tim's point. Constantine. Interesting.
Having an election like the UK
well, he
didn't have.
declared it, and the Constitution says that he can declare it, and Congress can uphold it. There's an argument.
And Congress can uphold it. Okay. That he can declare it and Congress can uphold it. Okay, so that means that Congress can either uphold it or demolish it. I don't know. There's an argument that it can be that he can overturn it. Okay.
That it can be, he can overturn it.
Well, but my point is,
he can overturn it. Okay, so what are we talking about here? We're talking about dictatorial stuff. Tell us, Constantine. Okay, copies. Just trying to see the connection between these. Can overturn it. Okay. Okay, so he can be a dictator. Is that what you're saying, Tim? Ben?
But I agree. In a time of war,
right.
presidents do crazy. It can be, he can overturn. And the Constitution says that he can declare it, and Congress can uphold it. There's an argument that it can be, he can overturn it.
Well, but my point is,
But I agree.
Oh my God, I thought we were going to get something. Nope. No, this is proper flyover stuff. This is flyover. Come on. We didn't even get your point. He didn't hear you say your point was going to be a point or anything like that. Okay, flyover. Never mind. Fuck you. Okay, there you go.
In a time of war,
right.
presidents do crazy things.
But you are stretching.
But I agree, in a time of war, presidents do crazy things. And this was what I loved about Constantine. It's like, yeah, but listen, guys, bro, you are stretching the definition of war for your own personal gain, really. Okay, cool. We do get his answer here. You are so beautiful to me. Beyond this, let's see what
The definition of war way beyond its remit.
No, I'm not.
this remit. It's remit or this remit? It's remit. It's remit. It's remit. Okay. No, I'm not. Which reminds me of Douglas and Dave. Oh, actually, no, not Douglas and Dave. Sorry, it reminds me of Ethan and and Hassan. The way that they were basically just yelling at each other. Okay.
It's called fifth and sixth generational warfare.
Oh my God, here we go.
So,
War way beyond its remit.
no, I'm not. It's called
No, I'm not. It's called like he just bulldozers. No, I'm not. It's called fifth and sixth generation. Like explain it to us in detail. Okay, so I think he goes into quite a speech here. Let me just copy paste a lot of stuff. Yeah, East India training. He does not shut up. This was Chintzia washing her hair the whole fucking time. Yeah, we're still there. Okay, I think I've gotten enough. He does a whole fucking speech, boys. Okay. So let's break it up. We'll break it up into ideas, to points that he's trying to make. But his main thing is, no, I'm not. Okay. And then he gives us, no, I'm not, but this is how he defines it. So he says, no, I'm not stretching the definition of war, but here is my definition of war. Okay. So we're going back to his definition of war here, of wartime, of conflict. And I mean, it's not something that you can deny, but you kind of wonder if the severity, as in like the activity, whether it's kinetic or soft power conflict, maybe that should be considered when we're trying to determine what a president can do. So he's like, look, if it's for combat, of minds and whatever, it's all worth it, basically. So let's hear Tim. Okay, and I will be listening to him while I read him. Okay.
or
Right.
presidents do crazy things.
But you are stretching the definition of war way beyond its remit.
No, I'm not. It's called fifth and sixth generational warfare. So we have technological advances.
No, I'm not. It's called fifth and sixth generational warfare. So that's actually, let's put that as a main topic. No, I'm not. It's called fifth and sixth, and I'm going to put that as a circle because we are now talking about this fifth and sixth circle, this generational warfare, which he brings up several times. This whole thing. This is what his whole argument is based on. In any case, if this is what war is, then Trump is a wartime president. So let's hear what he's talking about.
Advances in conflict, and they alter how we perceive what war is. If you go back to the earliest days, what is the purpose of a conflict? Why do wars happen? Sometimes they're silly. You don't believe in the same God as me, so you must be destroyed. I mean, these are...
Okay, so the first thing you're saying is we have technological advances in conflict that alter how we perceive what war is. So yes, okay, I understand that because we advance. Life is different. Therefore, conflict would take on a different medium. So I understand that. Okay. But it seems simple as well when it becomes lives. But if you go back to the earliest days, so first of all, I want that to be sorry, I'm going to make this another separate point. We have change of perception of what war is according to technology, right? Let's actually keep you by yourself, and then I'll do this and add. Okay, the purpose of a conflict is, why do wars happen? Sometimes they're silly. Okay. Well, what do you think is silly? What we think is silly now, but it was absolutely, completely normal for people back then. If you go back to early days, what is the purpose of a conflict? Why do wars happen? Okay, let's talk about that. So we need a reason for the conflict. Is that going to change? What are we going to do with this reason? Tell us. He's making his point. Sometimes they're silly. Okay, so this is you don't believe in the same God as me. Rex, oh Rex, it's your a month as a member. Thank you, Rex. Behave. Renewing. Come on. Sometimes there's silly. Guys, I'm sorry, I can't hear any of the. What's happening over here? YouTube alerts. What's your problem? Let's hold on. Let's make them play. Refresh browser. Cache account page. Advanced audio properties. Monitor and output. Boy, you're supposed to be there. Let's just check something. Audio. I'm trying to get my alerts because I was able to hear them before. Money, 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 money. Output. Ugh. Leave it. We have not been going long enough for me to be fucking around. Check your DMs in Discord. I will not. Don't stop, kitty. Exactly, Savior. Let's go. Okay. Sometimes they're silly. You don't believe in the same God as me, so you must be destroyed. Okay, that's what conflicts are about. Okay. I mean, these are largely silly, but they had to do with cultural cohesion, so they come from somewhere, from an evolutionary psychological perspective. Okay. Okay. So if you don't, what he means there is like, if you don't believe in the same God, we will not be socially cohesive. Okay. That's what he's talking about here. Different equal cohesion equal threat. Okay. Thanks for pooping while we're busy, Axel. Really appreciate it. He's really doing his best in the background there. Okay. Go up. Go up. Okay.
They're largely silly, but they have to do with cultural cohesion. So they come from somewhere, from an evolutionary psychological perspective. But typically it's resource conflict.
Okay, so for there, but then typically it's resource. So you've told us, okay, one of them has been social cohesion, as in one of the reasons. Now you've got, typically it's resource conflict. So resource conflict. Resource conflicts, okay. Okay, then you're going to give us an example. I'm breaking it down a lot because he has he has a lot to say, guys. Like if you wrote me an essay, this is how I would break it down. Okay. Or it's how your brain is breaking it down. I'm just doing it really extra slowly. Resource conflict, and he gives us this example. East India Trading Company engaged. Resource is the principal driver. Okay. Look at you. You said resource is the principal driver. Okay. What are you going to tell us about it? I do think it's absolutely hilarious that the East India Trading Company. Okay. I think he brings this up to. Okay, I'm adding in intention behind this, but I'm like, why do you bring this up against the US? I mean, against the UK. It seems like he's poking fun at the UK. Yeah, listen.
This is the principal driver. I do think it's absolutely hilarious that the East India Trading Company engaged in warfare that resulted in the death of 50,000 people because black peppercorn was a delicacy, was a luxury in Europe and the UK. But typically it's, I don't know.
Like, okay. Like, thanks for that useful thing. I do think it's absolutely hilarious that the East Indian Trading engaged in it. Like, this is a historical thing. Great, and it's an example. I'm going to put a question mark here and say, is this a jab at UK or just to be doing history? Hilarious anecdotes, Tim. Amazing stuff. Yes, thanks, Cyrano. I agree. That's messed up. And as African American, yes, it's African American peppercorn, bigot. Hey, it's my favorite female Aussie streamer. Well, then what are you doing in my chat? I even said Aussie. It's a jab at radical Islamism. Okay. Trading in warfare that resulted in death of 50,000 people because black peppercorn was a delicacy. It was a luxury item in Europe, in the UK. So in the UK, but I don't have enough food. Okay, so this is another way he's describing it. So it's just anecdotal, and then anecdotal. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's an example, concrete example, but yeah, typically it's I don't have food for my people, so I'm going to Wartime. I will take it, and my people. I think that's like I don't have enough. It's not always that. It's like I have enough for my people, but I want more people and more land. So I'll also do some conquering. Because I have all the resources and that other side doesn't, I'll do a bit of conquering there. That's kind of what I feel like. But hey, I'm no historian.
Enough food or water, and I will take it, and my people will not die.
My people will not die. Oh, did I lose the rest of? Yeah, my people will not die. Hilarious. Peppercorn, and my people will not die. Sorry, I'm reading too much of the Bible because it's like, and you will never die. There's no such thing as reading too much of the Bible, but still. Okay, no, exit. They will never die. Well, and my people were. I will take it, and my people will not die. Although they might die when I try and take it from other people. I don't care how I have to get it. And it's the same thing you see at the root. Shippy! Renewing membership. Thanks, Shippy. I'm sorry that you don't get an alert. What do you think it should be? Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. There you go. You got a Daisy song. She's scratching on the scratch post for you as well. Typically, it's I don't have enough food or water, and I'll take it from many people will not die. I don't care how I have to get it, and it's the same thing. Okay.
I don't care how I have to get it. And it's the same thing you see at the root level with a man who steals bread because his family is hungry or whatever. We still frown upon it.
Okay. Okay, and but we still frown upon it. That you said I don't care what I have to do to get it, but we still frown upon it. Okay. Steals bread because of his hungry family. We still frown upon it. Cool. So you still got we still frown upon it. He still does it. So you're saying that we still frown upon when a president does this, but it still happens? Is that what you mean? Was there supposed to be any connection between these 2 points? Exactly why I like doing this, Cyranos, because it's like this is what we do when we talk, right? I don't care how I have to get it. And then this just comes to mind, obviously. So you're like, oh, and it's the same thing. So you're talking about 2 points. Like, okay, if you go back to the earliest days, the purpose of conflict. So we've got, he starts he talks about this fifth and sixth generational warfare. So he's trying to make the point about that. So in order to make that point, he goes, we have technological advances, and that makes us differ on what how we perceive war. So then he's obviously going to go back in what it used to be. So he talks about what it used to be, I suppose. So he goes into history. This is what it used to be. This is, but. So it was also because of God and things, but also because of resources. And then he goes, hilarious. So he gives us an exact example, not just, Then he talks about, typically I don't have food. He goes into general again. I don't have food enough for my water, and I'll take it for my people and they will not die. I don't care how I have to get it. Then he goes, oh, by the way, it's the same thing you see at the root level with a man who steals bread because his family is hungry or whatever. We still frown upon it. That we still frown upon it is like, are you trying to say you still frown upon it, but you let it go? I don't know. It evens out at the end. You get smarter when I talk. Oh, sorry. Yes. Either way, you just, it's work. It's worth it, right? Okay. Good evening, Kitty and chat. Hi, Lucy. Okay. It's the same thing you see at the root. Cool. So yeah, I'm kind of like these two. I can see what he means, but this we still frown upon it bit is interesting. We do still frown upon it. So can we frown upon wartime powers? Especially when you are stretching the definition of war. I understand when you're at war and it's crazy, but if you cause the war, if you put yourself, you define it such that you are in war, so you have more power. That's tyrannical. That's what that's what trigonometry as a collective is wondering about. Hungry, okay, so now we've still frowned about it. So then he goes, oh shit, yeah, well, the point that I was supposed to make is about the generational warfare. Okay, so come along. You know what, we'll move you over here so you can just be a little bit closer to us. Okay, so next. Finally, we're going to get to the point.
So the generations of warfare, they evolve. We see the advents of new technologies and new methodologies in warfare all the time.
Okay, so that at least goes all the way back here, where he's talking about. So he had all of these things. Okay, took us on a bit of a journey, but he's going back to this point. Okay, returning to this point. War is always stretching the definition. There wouldn't be war. We'd be like, no, it's not war. It's not war. It's all good. It's all peace, guys. So the generation, is that what you're saying, Savior? Of warfare, they evolve. So that's what they mean by generation. Because when you hear generation, you're like, how many generations? Yeah, but it's like, no, the generation from one war to the next. Are you talking about? Who knows? I don't think he clarifies that, but I think that the scholars that created this definition do. So it would be interesting to go and do reading about that. But as we do in debate diagram, we don't go and do extra research around that. We're looking at the conversation. Okay. Research comes afterwards. Okay. If it ever does. Population. So you can control. Okay. Let's see.
If the purpose of warfare is to secure control of a population so you can control its resources, a tendency for that reason, sometimes it's, my God is better than your God, and you'll...
Oh, no, he's gotten back to it. Hold on. No, Tim. So the generations, they evolve. We see the advent of new technology, so he restarted his point, and new methodologies in warfare all the time. Okay, he restates that point. I think maybe I should put a replay there if he doesn't expand on it. If the purpose of warfare is to secure control of a population, okay, he is expanding on it. Okay, well done, Tim. You are expanding on it, so I will not put the replay yet. If the purpose of warfare is to secure control of a population so you can control its resources. Okay. Oh, and then now he goes off. So first he's saying controlling resource, but then he also brings in the religion thing again. A tendency, this is a side note here, a tendency for that reason sometimes is that my God is better than your God. And your people must adhere to my worldview and my beliefs. Okay, so that's a side point. Or a related point, but it's okay, we get that. So in the United States, we've got the if. We're still waiting for the end of this if. If. And he gives us an example, the tendency. Cool. Gives us the answer there, but I want to hear what else you got. Okay, so that's a middle point. See what I mean by wanting to break down these speeches? Because this is what's happening. His brain's got all of these ideas together, and I'm like, okay, cool, let's separate them.
People must adhere to my worldview and my beliefs. So in the United States, we are going through, and this is not my opinion, this is academics who have assessed what warfare is. You get to 4th and 5th generational warfare, and now 6th.
You're still just using the term instead of actually defining it for me, sweetie. Okay, so in the United States, we are going through, and this is not my opinion. Cool, I'm glad. This is academics who have assessed what warfare is. Okay. You get to 4th. You somehow just get there. You just get there. You're not going to explain to us what you read, Tim. You're just saying the academics. I'm going to go and look them up later. You got to 4th and 5th generational warfare, and now 6th. Okay, this is thanks. That's the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. What go on? Yeah, tell me. Okay, so now 6th. Hi, tarnished gamer. So United States. Okay, we got the United States. So we still don't have a definition. Sorry, I just need to put this here. Has not really defined the generations of warfare. Just says we get to 5th and 6th. Without really explaining more than it's the evolution of warfare. It's like War V5 and 6. War patch 5 and 6, and it's okay. I'm still not understanding what was in the updates. Exactly. Like I have a feeling. Okay, which people are going to argue is okay.
Which people are going to. You get to 4th and 5th generational warfare, and now 6th. Which people are going to argue it as we form these ideas in academia. 6 may change, but 4th and 5th have to do.
Okay, this is the argument he's having in his mind, which I understand. You do argue with the people that disagree with you in your head. So which people are going to argue it as they're going to argue as we form these ideas in academia. 6 may change. Okay, cool. We don't know what you mean where it's going to change from, but okay. Okay, so we got, but 4th and 5th, don't worry. Don't worry, we got 4th and 5th. Have to do with online. We've finally got something new. Online 4th and 5th have to do with online political manipulations of influence. There we go. 5th generation warfare is supposed to be secret too. Well, he brought it up. He made it ineffectual by bringing it up. I just think, yeah, if you're going to use this academic thing, then explain like I'm 5. Mansplain, boy. Okay, use the insurgency. of influence. Okay, let's let the man talk.
Do with online political manipulations, manipulations of influence technologies, and use of insurgency. Today, it's fair to say that we are in a kinetic conflict. Civil strife began several years ago in the United States.
Okay, I feel like he goes against this. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm sure I'll get banned. Okay. What are you going to get banned for? In fifth generation, you're supposed to conquer a nation without them knowing they were ever at war. Okay, Rex, like, explain that. Thanks for explaining that. I guess that's what he's talking about. Actually, it is. But he's not being clear about it, maybe. I like that. That's a simple way to go about it. Like using soft power to infect a he's like every now and then something makes sense, Jacob. That's what we're here for. Which are people going to argue? The thing is, he does the thing that a lot of people do. He starts his argument off, and then something squirrel, he loses. He's like, oh yeah, there's also this other point that I want to make later, so let me start making it. So that's why this is all one point he's making, but we had to expand it several times. He diverts, he jumps from one place to the next to make the whole point, which is this circle there, which is an explanation of his different generations of warfare. Okay, so let's get you out of here. How does he know he is at war? Because there is insurgency. Oopsie, not in. Guys, by the way, outliner, this is basically what happens. This is basically what we're doing when we make a mind map. We're just making bullet points and different levels. Anyway, I clicked that by mistake. Okay, so just thought I'd use that happy mistake. Which are going to argue. Okay, so you remember this over here is him just he's like, he found a correction that somebody is probably going to make, so he had to address it, okay, before somebody even made it. But then he goes here and he's trying to go back to his point. But fourth and fifth to do with online political manipulations, there, technologies, and use of insurgency. Okay, so this is his description of fourth and fifth, right? Cool, fine. We have at least a bit of an idea of how it works. But then he says today, it's fair to say that, like, it seems like this is not kinetic. It seems like fourth and fifth, or fifth at least, are not kinetic. They're influence, they're personal, they're psychological, right? Seems like that, but then he goes kinetic conflict. And then he goes to talk about civil strife. So kinetic is actual action, right? Fiction against, like, actual conflict. So now this is a new point that we've got now, actual kinetic. If there are known insurgents by definition, it's not fifth generation war. I don't know. So you're saying if they're known, so they're supposed to be secret insurgents. Is that what you're saying to me, Atheist Gamer? Okay, you guys obviously have more experience with the generations academia, I suppose, or definitions, but he needs to bring this into focus a lot more for me. But now he's gone, he went here. This is as close as he got to explaining what he means by we're in this kind of conflict. And then he goes to kinetic, which I don't, are those compatible? So I need to put this as fourth. And also, why do you say fourth and fifth? Like, if you're going to just use them collectively, what's the point? Verse fourth. He'll get there. Seem incompatible. different. Okay, so he just brings in that. Okay, so we have kinetic conflict. That's the key word. Several years ago in the United States. Okay. Civil strife is not civil war. So actually, I'm going to have to put another topic here because he goes, this is kind of a main point. So we're going to have, I actually want to do this. Civil strife. Kinetic conflict. Civil strife. This is just something I'm imposing on him by making a circle with his color. Go. Border. Hello, I said border. There we go. You can put that here. Because now we just decided we're going to do a new one. Sixth generation war is when the enemy goes to the refrigerator, but you took all their food and microwaved 3 cold fish in their microwave for 42 minutes. It's diabolical. Thanks. Well, if a war is supposed to be secret and he knows about it, then it seems like he ought to explain how he knows, not just what he suspects he knows. I love Listen, he's on his way, okay? He speaks a lot. Maybe he'll let us know. Okay. Today, he says, later on in the discussion, he goes, everybody knows what they mean, but they don't say what they mean. There's actually a point where he says that. Okay, civil strife began several years ago in the United States, so he's going to define civil strife for us. Okay, so we got this. Okay, and this. Tell us. Maybe it's just the way he makes the point.
Civil strife is not civil war, but there are many people dying. One of the easiest examples, of course, is Aaron Danielson took 2 bullets to the chest from a far leftist Michael Reinhold with a communist tattoo on his neck for no reason.
Okay. Seems like journalists just do this. He speaks like Douglas as well, where he's just like, he'll use a headline, basically a story, in his point, which, I mean, you're supposed to, I understand. The war, there are many people dying. So, Strivel strife is not civil war with a tattoo on his neck for no reason. So we've got that. Civil strife is not civil war. Okay, but it seems like you don't really care about the difference between these two. Because you're like, if we have civil strife, there's certain powers we can give people. Seems like, but we'll discover what Tim means. This is just what I thought he meant. Civil strife is not civil war, but there are many people dying. Okay, so we've got one of the easiest. So he's given us an example. So let's give us a sub thing. He's just giving us an example. Many people dying. Whoopsie, one of the easiest examples. Okay. People are dying, and then he gives us Aaron Danielson. Took 2 bolts to the chest from a far leftist with a communist tattoo on his neck for no reason. So he had to tell us about the communist tattoo on the neck, and that's why he got killed. Now we have swatting. So now swatting's a different one. Many people are dying, and then he's got swatting. Now we have swatting. They did discuss swatting earlier on as another method of conflict, and another method of using up resources and things like that. So let's go here.
The communist tattoo on his neck for no reason. And now we have the communist tattoo on his neck for no reason. And now we have the swattings of conservatives and the firebombings of Tesla facilities for the specific goal of destroying a company for political reasons, for which now Tesla stock has gone down. Partially, it's not the only reason. And we've seen Tesla evicted from the Vancouver Auto Show out of fear of terror attack.
Okay, so he's got all of these examples, but this is supposed to be people are dying. This was the point that you were on about first. Now you're saying you should probably say people are being very badly affected. It's having a bad effect. I don't know. People can die from swatting. That is kind of a hope that people do, is that like you get taken down. We have the swatting of conservatives and the firebombings. Okay, firebombings, I suppose people could die from that as well, of Tesla facilities for the specific goal of destroying a company for political reasons. Then he just needs to give us extra. He's a journalist. He's got to give us the extra bits. We've got the stock's down. Tesla stock has gone down partially. It's not the only reason. Okay. And we've seen Tesla. See how he has to give us a whole fucking essay in the way he speaks? We have been listening to him for a very long time, and yes, I'm dragging it out by making each sentence a block and blah blah blah. But we could get to all of these points if we get more turns in, but he has to bring all of this up. This is a lot to respond to for your partner. Make one point, then he can explain it and interrogate a little bit more, but he's got to go and give us a whole essay, and we got to pick what to respond to, or we got to try and understand how it relates back to the previous points. Okay. For which now Tesla stock has gone down, so there's a lot of stuff to go through your head when you're listening. Partially, it's not the only reason, and we see Tesla evicted from the Vancouver show. I'll also show that, again, we don't need this. Gish galloping, says Vincent. Yeah, we don't need this about the auto show.
This is war. Now,
out of fear attacks. Okay. So yeah, okay, he's talking about that. What was his original point? His original point, let's go back. Good question, Rex. And that's what this map is for. Here's here, you're stretching the definition of war. Okay, so this is his counter to Constantine saying to him, you're stretching the definition of war beyond its remit. You're saying that we are in a time of war is not correct. It seems like you're taking advantage of it. So now he says, no, I'm not. It's called fifth and sixth. So his whole thing seems to be, he says you're stretching the definition of war, and then he actually goes and explains exactly how he's stretching the definition of war. And there's a beautiful moment later on where Constantine will still say, yeah, I don't agree with that. Like he thinks, not that he thinks, but like it seems like when he gets to this point later on, Tim is like, but I explained this to you. And Constantine's like, I don't agree with it. And he's like, and then he goes, it's not a matter of disagreement. It's like, actually it is though, because that's what we're talking about. It's a matter of disagreement if you consider that another person is speaking to you. G2 got to take the girls on a walk before bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Lucy. Say hello to the girls for me. Loves and kisses. Keep them away from snakes. Guys, keep your dogs away from snakes. I'm glad that Hera didn't like the snake. Okay. Anyway, we love pets, yeah. It's just unfortunate that they're not cats. No, they're cute. They're beautiful dogs. Okay, I hope Lucifer's gone so he doesn't hear me talk shit about dogs. If Tim was filibustering, it would make sense, but he's debating. Your argument should be straight and to the point. It would help us. We would get a nice conversation. But the thing is, he's being followed by intelligent people here. Like, can you imagine, say, Sitch listening to this? He would have this going on in his head. Okay, he doesn't even know. He's not, but he has this going on in his head, so he knows what the original point was. Whatever. I need a fucking map. Okay. For him to hold on to what the person's trying to say. Okay. We've seen Tesla evicted from the Vancouver Auto Show out of fear of terror attacks. Cool. I'm understanding. So he's showing us these other kinds of conflicts that now he even says we are at war. This is war, he says. Holy shit face. Okay. This is war. Jesus. Okay.
Now, it may not be from the Vancouver Auto Show out of fear of terror attacks. This is war. Now,
Let me put that. This is war. I think he knows that's highly quotable and nice. Okay. This is war. Clip it, CT. He is making drama. Okay, he just, yeah, I mean, but that's Tim. It seems like Tim is that way. He's a bit of an orator. This is war. What is it good for? I think we are just we're inundated with the topic of war these days. Okay.
Now, it may not be full-blown hot kinetic conflict.
But you did just say we are. Listen, honey, I've got your map here. Okay, so I'll put this. This is war, but he's gonna temper this with his extra information. Okay, conflict, but you have an arrest. Okay, the terror attacks. This is may not be full-blown hot kinetic war. Conflict, but you have the arrest of Donald Trump's lawyers. Okay, we are dealing with administrative warfare. Okay, so we've got another type of warfare he brings in. But you did say over here, sir, today it's fair to say that we have a kinetic conflict. So did you just skip the word Guten Morgen war has specific legal definitions? Okay, but nice, Congo. That's it seems like Tim is using some of the academic definitions. So and I understand those, and academics would have reasons to do that, but it's like for the normie in the streets, I don't know how those would translate. And we know when academics are dictating to people directly, things can go a bit awry. I'm talking about like feminists. Okay, full-blown hot seems to contradict earlier statements. It would be funny if he had a similar map. He's like, oh shit, sorry, I got it. Okay, that is war. It may not be full-blown hot kinetic conflict, but you did literally call it a kinetic conflict. It contradicts that. But when you have the arrest, okay, so then he's saying this, but it's not kinetic conflict. But, by the way, when you have the arrest of Donald Trump's lawyers, we are dealing with administrative warfare, okay, which is a degree of administrative conflict. Okay, administrative conflict, the words conflict and warfare are being interchanged here. So one seems to be a bit softer. This is where I'm talking about Tim softening his definitions and things like that. It's like sometimes he's doing that, sometimes he's not. Sometimes he wants to use the word conflict to soften, and other times he will go to war to harden. Okay, when you have the arrest of Donald Trump's lawyers, we are dealing with administrative warfare, which is a degree of administrative conflict, which we don't see in previous times. Okay, I don't know if you don't see them. I would want to hear the historians speak about that, because I'm sure politics has always involved using the system. Wherever there has been a system, I'm sure people have used it for power and for their own gains. And that's how these systems evolved, to try and avoid this.
Fear of terror attacks. This is war. Now, it may not be full-blown hot kinetic conflict, but when you have the arrest of Donald Trump's lawyers, we are dealing with administrative warfare, which is a degree of administrative conflict, which we don't see in previous times based on communications technologies.
Okay, based on communications technologies. So, hey, Cyberingu, good to see you. Good morning. Hope you've got your coffee. Based on communications technology. So, is that your little getaway line? This times based on communication. We didn't see it, so because now we've got more communication technologies. Fifth generation is a preposterous concept to bring to this debate. Okay, Rex, but like I want him to bring this concept with more flesh to it than here's my keyword. Like I want him to explain it and get into the philosophical discussion of whether this kind of fifth generation thing is as serious. Just because it's not kinetic doesn't mean it's not serious. Like we need to have that discussion then, right? Why do we call it warfare? What is warfare? Blah blah. We can have that sort of thing, but he doesn't do it. So I would want to. I really feel like I want to go and look in the rest is history and see if because they often do this. They will, the rest is history podcast, always going to be referencing them, but they will go through a historic event or whatever, and then also look at its parallels to today. And a lot of the time, it's just all of the stuff repeating itself. So when he says we haven't seen it in previous times, I'm like, we probably have. We have probably seen it in Rome, where people are using administrative conflict. But okay, no coffee yet, no shower yet. Still trying to reach minimum levels of cognition. Well, Tim's not going to help you do that. But it's fine. I will be droning to you, and that will help your equilibrium equalize. I don't know. I'm also trying to reach maximum cognition. I've not had caffeine. I'm trying not to have caffeine. And I want caffeine a lot.
If you go back several hundred years, how do I secure control of a population? I occupy their street corners with weapons, and my weapons are better than yours.
Okay, so now he's doing so now he's going to explain the difference between past and present. He's probably saying that because a lot of depends on computers and AI. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's of course it's more insidious now because everybody has access to information and things like that. It's a different kind of world. I'm not denying that. But just the fact that it's never happened before, this principle of using information, of softer power, softer control, that feels wrong. I'll just say, it feels like a lack of clarity there. But that's because of me. Okay. If you're back several hundred years, so let's go. If you go back several hundred years, you would occupy people's street corners with weapons. My weapons are better than yours. You've got clubs. I've got pointy sticks with metal on them. Eventually, we have airstrikes. Okay, so wow, that escalated quickly. We had clubs and pointed sticks, and now we have airstrikes, boys. Whoops. Then one day, so listen to his history lesson. I enjoyed this.
You've got clubs. I've got pointy sticks with metal on them. Eventually, we have airstrikes, air raids, howitzers, nuclear artillery, and machine guns.
Eventually. I love how eventually does a lot of all the lifting. We do need it to do all the lifting there because that is literally it is the progression. It just took a while. Okay, if you go back several hundred years, how do I secure control of a population? I occupy their streets. So this is how I used to do it. I used to do it with physical force. Okay, and my weapons are better than yours. So I've got clubs, you've got pointy sticks. So that's how we engage in our conflict with metal on them. Okay, then we've got eventually we have airstrikes. I want this to be a separate point. Or do I need it to be a separate point? No, it's the same point. Eventually we have airstrikes, air raids, howitzers, nuclear artillery, and machine guns. Okay. Now it's better to have the bigger stick. Yeah. That seems like a good way to go about it. I send my guys into your country. They stand in the street corner. You do as you're told. The people are mad about it. They might fight back. Okay. Is this I send my guys? I might fight back. Okay. Uh-oh, we're going to a different one. We're going to a different one. Hold on. We finish. Don't come back to today. Tell us the rest of your analogy and then bring us back. Okay. Eventually the airstrike. So we got this and this. Okay. What's happening?
As to your country, they stand in the street corner, you do as you're told. The people are mad about it, they might fight back.
Oh, I don't have mod powers here. Screw you, Twitch person.
Today, it's actually really easy. I will flood your
It's a Twitch bot, by the way. Okay. Today it's actually really easy. I will flood your community with information that terrifies you. Okay, so this is our definition of fourth and fifth, or fifth. I don't know. He uses them interchangeably. Okay, so that's what it used to be, and now it's different. Okay, today it's easy.
community with information that terrifies you as to what is true and what is not, so you are occupied. Notably, we saw the use of sock puppets.
Okay, so you are occupied. Okay, so that is the different kind of warfare. We finally got to it. He explained it. This is what the fifth generation warfare. Fourth or fifth. He doesn't. It feels like he forgot which one it is, so he says fourth or fifth every time. Okay. Cool. I will. Jesus fucking Christ, scares the shit. I'll be back. Okay, that was me getting a fright, guys. And what's really horrible is when I get a fright, I use the Lord's name in vain. It's my immediate reaction. My mom always goes, that God has got nothing to do with this. Like, actually, if I'm scared, that's who I'm calling on. But I don't think Christ is coming to my aid if I'm going, Jesus fucking Christ, every time I get scared. But that's my that's my fear response. So you can't book me or whatever in public, because I will swear. I will swear at you. So Gordon actually has had to stop doing that, because I would yell that in the middle of a store. If he came there and went, whoa, I'd be like, motherfucker. So yeah, just I got a fright from the doorbell, guys. Okay. Sorry, I've got caffeine now. By order of the doorbell. I don't know, maybe I should leave a marker there. Okay. Sorry, where are you? I looked up fifth generation war according to Wikipedia. You guys are the researchers. You are the most valuable. I looked up the fifth. Wait, try and remember where your microphone is. According to Wikipedia, it's a poorly defined concept, which is critiqued by the inventor of the concept of fourth generation warfare. Okay, so it's a nebulous concept. I guess, yeah, what they're arguing about. But if are we at war, then using the fifth generation warfare kind of turns it all into speculation. Well, that's the thing. For him, Rex, for Tim, this is not speculation. For him, this is a good definition of war. For him, it's okay. But you've already seen him flip between this kinetic versus like a insidious occupation war. So he's using it, and as remember a while ago when Constantine was still part of this conversation, he said, "You're stretching the definition." Look how bro stretched it. He stretched. Look, I stretched it out even more. But he's been talking a lot about his definition of war for a while. So Let's see where we're going here. So look, we finally did get to, this is you're occupied. You're occupied by information. Seems like this is what he means by 5th generation warfare, where it's information and psyop rather than physical. Okay, because you made that comparison. I'm with you, Tim. Okay. Well, I would contest there is no warfare beyond nuclear annihilation. There are decimals. So you're on decimals. It seems like Timothy thinks propaganda hasn't existed for hundreds of years. Congo, I love that. That's exactly, that's what I meant here, by the way. I'm like, I'm not too sure about we haven't seen this. It's just that propaganda, it takes on a different medium now that we have more people communicating. Yes? You have a lot more, you have an analytics to look at now for your propaganda, whereas before you had to kind of feel it out. So I'm going to put your comment here, Chris. I'm associating it with this. It seems like Timothy thinks propaganda hasn't existed for hundreds of years. Like it comes off that way. Obviously, if we win, we're not going to be all the way charitable with him. That's what we would need him to. We would need him to, what do you call it? Clarify. Tell us more. Okay. He's not being conducive to clarity. I don't think so. But the little blocks make sense by themselves, which is what I'm trying to do. Like, they make sense. I'm trying to follow him. Okay. Oh, whoever thought this was going to be a 10-minute diagram? Okay. Notably, we saw this. So now we have the usual. It seems like this is a habit. So far, it seems like it's a habit of journalists. They will give you examples, which are headlines or, like little bullet points. I like that he references them, but it seems like he has them prepared as well. So, notably, we saw the use of sock puppets in the Arab Spring. Okay. So this is his example here. So this is how it works now. This is not people with spiky club things.
It's in the Arab Spring, largely in Libya, where, based on a report from Project PM, the United States Air Force was purchasing from private security contractors sock puppet social media accounts. One individual would operate 50 fake social media accounts to create the public perception that the overthrowing of Gaddafi was the right thing to do. The Americans then supported airstrikes and the collapse of the Libyan government, which I...
Okay, so that's a combined thing. It seems soft power and hard power, I guess you would call it. Yeah. Physical power. That's always been part of warfare, yeah. But now we have we have actual technology that we can use instead of just people, I suppose. Largely in Libya, we're based on report from Project PM, blah, blah. Sock puppet social media. One individual would operate 50 fake social media accounts. Can't somebody just, well, now we have bots, by the way. But I was like, I'll pay me. I'll be on social media and make 50 fake accounts, but you'd probably be able to pick up that I'm the same person. Special media accounts to create the public perception that the overthrowing of Gaddafi was the right thing to do. Okay, the Americans then supported airstrikes. Propaganda used to be a positive term. Agitprop. All of the different props you can get. I took a coffee, my baby. The others are in the fridge. Hey? I didn't bring it to you because I needed to put it in the fridge. He doesn't even know what I sacrificed for him when I answered the door. He heard me get a fries. I guess you can't blame him for that. Like, he has ears. Okay. I wonder if the guy outside the door, the best. I knew somebody. Yay, Cyber! I was gonna make a rugby joke, but I was like, yeah. So I'm glad you made it. The best prop plays rugby. Yeah. I wonder if the delivery guy heard me swear through the door. I need to test that out one day. Like, I'm gonna stand outside and someone has to just yell, "Fuck!" in here. Anyway, the Americans then supported airstrikes against the collapse of the Libyan government, which I think is largely a horrifying thing. Okay. Okay, I think, do we have a step here? Do I make a step? Or just give him a big block? Sock puppets and... No, that works together. Okay, but we do have this aside, which is largely horrifying. Cool. Okay, obviously he needs to let us know that he condemns it, which we've discussed. This is a thing you need to do. You have a moral duty, as Douglas Murray says, which I think it's largely careful of you. But now you have the North African slave trade reigniting militias, blowing. So he's talking about the effects that something like a sock puppet, I suppose, can have. So it's the effects of this fifth generational warfare combined with, I don't know, traditional. I can't even call it traditional warfare because, as Congo has pointed out, and I think we all agree, propaganda has been part of war since war. So, combined with kinetic force, I suppose. Okay, continue.
I think is largely a horrifying thing. Not that I much care for Libya, but now you have the North African slave trade reigniting and militias blowing each other up. Why did Americans support it? Because fifth generational warfare was waged on the American people to make them feel like they were under occupation, figuratively.
Make them feel like they were okay, so they got to feel like they're under occupation, so that then it can justify the kinetic warfare. Okay. Why don't you use 9/11? Oh, I suppose 9/11. It's actually no. That's not just an idea. Sorry, no, you can't use 9/11. You have to use this kind of thing. Okay. So, which is horrifying. Blah blah. This is all one block. Sorry, it's all one block. Sorry, Chinsia, you have to put it in one block if it all fits together and lives together. Okay. Blowing each other up. Why did Americans support it? Because the fifth generational. This is just a... There, okay? He explains it further. Let's put it there. It's actually a lead on point. It's not an aside. So this follows this idea. So he's like, I explain this, the effects, or then also here it's how it works. Makes you feel occupied. Just because I'm understanding what he's saying doesn't mean I agree with it, guys. That in case you haven't noticed. Like the conclusion he comes to. How it feels makes you feel occupied, therefore you support physical action, right? So that's how he's explaining it to us. I'm with you. It's a mechanism. Okay, fifth generational warfare. Again, fourth, fifth are the same thing apparently, was waged on the American people to make them feel like they were under occupation figuratively, but in the sense literally as well. Why put a man on the street corner with a machine gun when you can simply inundate them with fake accounts to convince them they must do this or else they will end up. Okay. May I propose an example? Calling Trump a fascist, a hostile tyrannical government against which civil war is supposedly justified. That's he's saying that would be an interesting example to give, Tim, which I think Constantine actually gives, because he's like, you're talking about using this conflict, the states of conflict, as a justification for more powers for Trump, but somebody can use the same argument for powers being taken away from Trump because he is a tyrannical government, blah 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 blah. It's all a matter of perspective. So because it's all a matter of perspective, we're kind of like, cool, this is a nice conversation, but what do we do with it? Okay, where are we at? Figuratively, let's let him speak.
But in a sense, literally as well. Why put a man on a street corner with a machine gun when you can simply inundate them with fake accounts to convince them you must do this or else? So what we end up with is the era of cancel culture and those bending the knee quite literally to an ideology. Did most people agree with intersectional feminism and woke ideology?
Okay, so here we are. We've got, okay, here's another example. Okay, I think it's not a follow one, it's next to it. We've got another example. What we end up, okay, wait, the follow one is cancel culture and those bending their knee quite literally to an ideology. That's actually the conclusion he gets to. This one over here about self. Go back here. Okay. And here, he's just going back. He's not giving us more. He's just giving us an example. Did most people agree with, okay, go down, intersectional femininity, blah, 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 intersectional feminism. Okay, geez, you're still talking. You guys, have you realized he's still talking? But, you know, I am pausing every now and then. Every second.
Ideology? Of course not. It's a minority. Why did so many people let it happen? Because they feared that there was some group that would come after them and destroy them. They feared that they were under occupation, that the institutions are controlled. I will lose my job. I will lose my livelihood. My bank will freeze my accounts. My social media will remove me from society. I have no choice but to live this way, even though I don't like it. That is war, but it's changed. And they want you to believe that you're not fighting a war. But as the faction of bureaucrats and powerful elite.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stop you there. So let's first just make this pretty. Did most people agree with intersectional feminism and woke ideology? Of course. Why did so many people? Okay, it's a minority opinion, right? So why did so many people let it happen? Okay, that I suppose is an extra thing. Okay. Bring it to me. Okay, because they feared that there was some group that would come after them and destroy them. Okay, so this is just the rhetorical. They feared the rule of three, where he has to give us examples. Fear we're under occupation, that the institutions are controlled. I will lose my job. I will lose my livelihood. My bank will freeze my accounts. My social media. My social media will remove me from society. I have no choice but to live this way, even though I don't like it. That is war. Okay, fine. That is a kind of conflict. I would say that. Okay, that is a kind of conflict. But we reserve the word war for something different. When you bring this up this way, it sounds very sensationalist, very doomsday preppery, and people are more likely to go, okay, cool it, boy. You are convincing me that I'm occupied. You are convincing me that I'm occupied. You yourself are part of this war machine that you're describing. But it's like, oh no, they want you to believe you're not fighting a war. But I'm just okay. They don't want you to know it's a war. Yes, they don't want you to know it's a war. So if you tell people it's a war, you're fighting it. You're fighting them. I guess Tim is like, yeah. If it's no longer a secret that there is a war, then it's ineffective, right? So everybody brought this up earlier that like it's supposed to be secret. So if he knows it's happening, then it's not. It's like, no, he wants to tell people it's happening, therefore take away its power. But there's still a functional difference between psychological warfare, social warfare, psychosocial warfare, and physical warfare. People are going to be a lot more scared when there's actual death in front of them and destruction. So that there's two different words we use for these things. Okay, I have no choice, but I can't deny that this exists. I can't deny what he's describing doesn't exist. It's just the severity to which he brings it. I'm like, whoa, what are we supposed to do with that? What are we supposed to do? I think Tim is trying to make the argument that the Overton window of whatever war is in the 21st century has shifted, and the average normie might not be suffering exponentially, but he is still in conflict. Agreed, Nico. I think that's what his argument is, but it's because it comes off as sensationalist. I want to know what he wants from us. He seems to want more power for Trump, or he wants Trump to take certain actions, or leaders to take certain actions, as if it is a critical wartime. No, we are not doing H3H3. We are not doing that, Congo. I am not. This is a beautiful conversation, okay? I know that I'm giving Tim shit for going all over the place, but this is a beautiful conversation compared to that pile of horse shit. Okay? Who defines wartime? That is a good question. Who does? In the American system, who does? Because Constantine doesn't know that either. But to live the way, even though I don't like it, this is war, but it's changed, and they want you to believe that you're not fighting a war, but as the faction of bureaucrats and powerful elites. Okay, so hold on, he's onto something new here. It's changed, and they want you to believe that you're not fighting a war. Stop. But what's next? No, honestly, there is nothing to be gained from that conversation. If you want to go and see Sitch and Adams coverage of, you can do so, but otherwise, there is nothing to be gained from Ethan versus Hassan. They just like, yeah, okay, we can very much tell that Hassan was bodied, and that's it. I don't need a diagram for that. Well, I don't want to. Okay. Usually I'm game, but And I'm just going to spend most of the time looking at Ethan going, because I actually start mimicking him just because my brain just does that. I'm not insulting him. I'm actually just start doing what he does when I watch him.
Elites who have been running these companies have been engaging in this war. They've become increasingly more desperate as those of us who believe in more Enlightenment principles and have opposed this, have
Can I touch your face yet?
started. Those of us who have been running these companies have been
I was
engaging
actually just thinking I shouldn't be touching my face.
in this war. As the faction of bureaucrats and powerful elites who have been running these companies have been engaging in this war, they've become increasingly more desperate as those of us who believe in more Enlightenment principles and have opposed this, have started to break through and shift dramatically to the point where Donald Trump actually was able to win.
Okay. What is this point here, Sonny? Wow. This is. Okay. Why did so many people let it happen? You've explained to me how this works, right? You're explaining to me how this fourth, fifth generational works. They feared, they were under occupation. So we've got that fear, you're under occupation. If you're told that this is war, but it has changed. Okay, I'm going to actually put this by itself. Next follow-up is this is war, but it's changed. Okay, it's changed from kinetic war, I suppose, is what you're talking about. Okay. They don't. They want you. They want you to believe that you're not fighting a war. Who's they? Is this the opponent? Does the opponent want you to believe you're not fighting a war? I suppose that would make it work, right? If you're not fighting, if your opponent, if you don't think you're fighting a war, then you're not going to fight against it. I understand. You're not going to fight back. You're just going to be complacent. You're going to be occupied. So I think aligns with fourth definition, supposedly including secrecy. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm going to just put in here reminder. We don't go outside in detail while diagramming. Stick to what is brought to conversation. But yes, we have had chat. Yeah, they means the deep state. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, he does talk about the bureaucrats after this. So it does seem to make sense that he's talking about the deep state. But the enemy would be the deep state, right? So in any case, right, if we're talking, what do you call it? If we're talking who's the enemy, okay? If we're talking in generalities. As the faction, so this is blowing my mind. I don't understand what you're talking about here. Like, is this word salad? Okay. This is war, but it's changed. They want you to believe you're not fighting war. But maybe this replay.
Now break through and more Enlightenment principles. They become increased. Faction of bureaucrats changed, and they want you to believe that you're not fighting a war. But as the faction of bureaucrats and powerful elites who have been running these companies have been engaging in this war, they've become increasingly more desperate as those of us who believe in more Enlightenment principles and have opposed this, have started to break through and shift dramatically to the point where Donald Trump actually.
Okay. So he's saying they don't want you to fight. You're not supposed to believe you're fighting a war, but more people, now that there's more enlightened people, they are realizing that we're fighting a war. Have opposed this. Okay, have started to break through and shift dramatically. Okay, so he's saying that. Yeah, okay, that the enlightened folk have threatened the bureaucrats. Threatened the enemy. Bureaucrats and elites, okay, threaten them by making people aware that they're at war. At war. Okay, so they've threatened them. Cool. So what do the people do? They've gone and they've arrested. They've done stuff with Trump. Okay. Powerful. Okay. They shift dramatically to the point where Donald Trump actually was able to win. So the deep state wanted. Oh, okay. Okay. They threatened it to the point where we got Trump to win. Okay. So he explains this. So like they threatened it so dramatically. People were so enlightened. Win. It seems like Trump was able to win despite the deep state. Okay.
Was able to win. Now we have desperation, and desperation begets more hot conflict. This is why I believe we may be on the back end of this conflict.
Hold up.
And desperation begets to the point where Donald Trump actually was able to win. Now,
was able to win. Okay, so this is just going to have to go into the other one. And I'll put this here. Okay, now what? Now we have desperation. Okay. When he won in which win are we talking about?
we have desperation, and desperation begets more hot conflict. This is why I believe we may be on the back end of this conflict. We may be coming off of it. But
this is an interesting take. Did you hear that, guys? Now we have desperation, and desperation begins more hot conflict. So he talks about it begins more hot conflict. This is why I believe we may be on the back end of this conflict. So does that mean we're on the back end of the soft conflict? So we're going to the hard conflict? We're going from the lukewarm conflict to the boiling conflict? Or help me. Okay. This is why I believe we may be on the back end. Like, I don't understand what he means by the back end of this conflict. Is it we're over this, we're going into the more kinetic one? Or are you saying we're going to calm down? I feel like he's being vague enough that he'll always be right. And this is where I get the doomsday prophecy guy feeling, where it's like, I don't really have to say exactly, I'll just give you a kind of idea and I'll be right either way. This is why I believe we may be on the back end of this conflict. Okay. We may be coming off it. So I need to know, my question would be, coming off it, being we're going towards kinetic conflict, or we're going to calm down and correct. Like, is that what you're telling me? But I guess he doesn't know. But you're talking about Martin Bailey-esques and things like that. He's still talking to himself. Constantine has not said anything in minutes. He's still talking to himself. Okay, we may be coming out of it. Okay, this is why I believe we may be on the back end of this conflict. We may be coming off of it. But that off of it? What do you mean? We are de-escalating conflict, but it takes time. Okay, so, okay. Hi. Like, okay, Ty, I guess this is what I want to hear from Tim. He's, okay, what does he mean?
the idea that this is why I believe we may be on the back end of this conflict. We may be coming off of it. But the idea.
Yeah, when I hear coming off of it, I do feel like he's talking about calming down and stopping. You know what I mean? We may be coming off of it. Okay, but the idea, okay, this is we have but. So his brain has made a distinction in there. Okay, so I'm going to make a distinction in my map. But the idea that to go back to, a wartime action from a president, we missed it. He didn't, what's happening?
Idea that to go back to, a wartime action from a president, I'd put it this way. What does that mean in today's context? Am I arguing that Donald Trump should go round people up without charge or trial? Absolutely not. That should never happen. Trump he jokingly said.
Okay. Okay, so this is him talking about what do we do about it, I suppose, which is what I was asking for, right? Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear my neighbor, but they're drilling things. So that is not explosive diarrhea occurring in my household. That is drilling upstairs. Okay, idea to go back to wartime action. Okay, so he's talking about president. I'd put it this way. I still am kind of trying to connect these. Believe it's the end of it. So okay, so this is his solution for this situation. What is he advocating for based on his preamble? Okay, so it's like, okay, if we consider this in war, okay, we are at war. if we agree with Tim, he is saying, what does it mean in today's context? Am I arguing that Donald Trump should go around people up without charge? Absolutely not. That should never happen. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Then we go aside. Trump he made the joking, so we're going to go to an aside. We're going to come down here because it's he gives us an example of how he's against this idea.
But probably only half jokingly, the people who are firebombing Teslas, maybe they can spend 20 years in El Salvador in prison, which I hear are not so good. Mr. President, I do not appreciate you entertaining violating the 8th Amendment. American citizens who commit crimes go to American jails, and they should be treated with dignity and respect, even if we despise them.
Look at their faces. I'm sorry. This is great. Like, bro, Tim, you've been speaking to yourself for like 10 minutes, right? And look, I can do this. I do it all the time. Watch thinkers, okay? They eventually they don't reply to me. They're like, "Are you done?" Basically, they also do. Their faces are basically this, where they're like, "Are you fucking done, girl? Like, have you finished?" Because we're busy thinking, like, can we have a say at some point? This is what's happened. Tim has just been talking. Oh my god, can you guys hear this neighbor? It's actually fucking me off. Okay, we're gonna continue. It's fine. It's fine. It's getting me. I hope he's making a cat scratch post or something. I don't know. I think there's like a carpenter upstairs. Honestly, I do think there is a carpenter or something. Okay, Trump made it. He said jokingly, but probably only on half jokingly, the people who are firebombing Texas, maybe they can spend 20 years in an El Salvador prison because he heard. Okay. He's not happy about that. Are you going to diagram my sex life? I can diagram your sex life, yes. I can do that. Yeah. There you go. That's your sex life. There he is. Okay. Is Genius punishing you for his name? Yes, he is. It is. It's exactly Jesus. He's like, oh, really? You want to get a fright? Here you go. Okay. You had at one time analyze the Riz. Okay. You are pushing us off track here, MSK. I don't appreciate it. Okay. We already have a freaking drill going off, and you're coming here with your drills. We have to finish things. Okay. Yeah, we're only 2 hours in. Okay. Oh my god, fuck no. I think I should put my noise cancelling headphones on. Not noise cancelling, my cans. Because they block stuff out. Let's see. Oh, that helps. That helps a lot. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Kofefe time? Nice. It didn't work. It came through. Fuck's sake. That's not drilling. That's MSK doing the sideways samba. I love that term. That's some Shakespearean stuff. Beast with two backs. Sideways samba. Okay. Is it okay? I hope it's only bothering me. It's not bothering you guys as much as it's bothering me. You guys can't hear it that well, can you? Let me see. I'm gonna just put on monitoring for a sec so I can see what you guys can hear. Can you hear it? My brain tickled. Okay, you done? You guys are done. Okay, it doesn't come through for you guys. Unless like I'm busy talking while it's happening. Okay, sorry, I'm the only one that's distracted. Okay, I'll be opposing every form. You can't hear it at all. You lucky bastards. Okay. Interesting if it gets. Okay, where are we at? Made it jokingly. Okay, we got the example. Okay, you can spend in prison, which I hear are not so good. I like this. This seems a bit delusional, but I guess he knows that Mr. President is watching. I suppose he's just, Mr. President, I don't appreciate. Like he speaks straight directly to him. It's weird. Okay, Mr. President. It's a bit cringy. It's like because they're there. The other two guys are there, like. Okay, so like he speaks directly to him, Mr. President. That's a bit cringy, but it's so Tim, isn't it? Mr. President, I do not appreciate you entertaining violating the, I think it's the 8th Amendment. American citizen, listen to this. Let him cook.
So I do not appreciate you enter prison, which I hear are not so good. Mr. President, I do not appreciate you violating the 8th Amendment. American citizens who commit crimes go to American jails, and they should be treated with dignity and respect, even if we despise them.
They didn't even nod. They didn't even nod. They didn't even go like, yeah, you tell him. You tell him. They're just like, okay, you're still talking though. Violating the 8th Amendment. Okay, cool. We've got American citizens who commit crimes go to American jails, and they should be treated with dignity and respect, even if we despise them. Okay. So I don't appreciate. Thank you so much for telling us. So I don't appreciate those jokes. And if it comes to that, and he actually tries sending American citizens to El Salvador, I will be opposed in every form that I can. And it's going to be interesting if it gets to that degree. That being said, yay, we're going to get a new point, boys. We're going to get a new point. Please. Where do we put it? Does it follow on or does it go? I think it probably diverges. That being said, usually when we say that being said, yeah, it's supposed to be because I said that. Think about what I just said over there and use it for what I'm going to talk about now. Okay? Now, does he do that? Let's see. What it comes to actual wartime. Okay. Okay. Well. Every form. That being said. No, let me. Okay. God, this person above me. You guys can't hear it. It's upsetting me. I'm imagining Jim Carrey going, who are you talking to? So I suppose you can do that for me as well, because I'm getting annoyed with the drilling. And you guys can't hear it because of beautiful noise cancelling. I could turn it off for you, but should check. No, that'll fuck it up. Who knows if it'll. I'm sure Trump is very upset, Tim Pool. I'm sure Trump is very upset. Tim Pool doesn't approve of his actions. Yes. Okay. That being said, guys. That being said, let's hear him.
So I don't appreciate those jokes. And if it comes to that, and he actually tries sending American citizens to El Salvador, I will be opposed in every form that I can. And it's going to be interesting if it gets to that degree. That being said, what it comes to an actual wartime president in Trump is.
Okay, that being said, when it comes to an actual wartime president, which Trump is? I think he's saying which Trump is. Does he say which Trump is?
Being said, what it comes to an actual wartime president in Trump is.
No, he says and Trump is. Okay. When Trump issues legal okay. So now that this is the application of wartime president what he can do in this conflict. So we've zoomed past the idea that it's well, we didn't zoom. We spent a long time there explaining why it's a conflict, and now this is what he's allowed to do because he's in this conflict. This is what Trump can do. So tell us what Trump can do. Good night, Jacob. Go and sleep well.
When Trump
Dream of a warless society. Okay?
issues a legal order, executive order, saying, we will not have these people in our military. I'm the commander in chief. He's allowed to do it. If a judge
Okay, so these are the examples. And Trump is. So he's allowed to do this. So Trump is allowed to do it. I think we can put this here. Legal order, an executive order saying these people aren't allowed in our military. I'm the commander in chief. He's allowed to do it. Okay. If a judge tries to stop him, okay. Okay. Example, so okay, so this is the administrative conflict. Trump has to do whatever whatever Tim says because he met Netanyahu. Netanyahu, okay.
judge tries to stop him in this administrative conflict, Donald Trump, I believe, is obligated to say, I have heard the ruling from the court, now try and enforce it, which is a play on Andrew Jackson's famous quote when the Supreme Court ruled against him.
Okay. Enforce it. Okay, I'm going to put this. This is a which thing. Which is a play on famous quote. Like Trump wouldn't make a play on anyone's famous quote. Love, he's the first one to say it. So this is you talking, which is a play on Andrew Jackson's famous quote when the Supreme Court ruled against him in the conflict. Okay, nicely done. Thank you. It's a by the way. Thanks. Okay. What's next?
In the conflict we are in, commensurate power.
This guy wasn't.
In the conflict we're in. What? Okay, now he goes in against him in the conflict we're now in. Okay. In the conflict we're now in. What about it? Because we've been in it. You've explained it to us. Okay. We are Okay, so we finally get a word in. We get a word in from the others, guys.
The Supreme Court. The Supreme.
In the conflict we are in, commensurate power.
This guy wasn't a.
Commensurate power. Oh God, he got. This commensurate power is a buzzword for today. However you spell it. Commensurate power. This guy wasn't supreme. So now we have actually words from other people in the room. Actual words. What do they even? Do they get to a point? This person is drilling into my head. They're drilling into my head.
Supreme Court. The Supreme.
No.
There's a whole legal process yet to go through, which is part of the American process. This guy wasn't the Supreme Court
against him. In the conflict we are in, commensurate power.
This guy wasn't the Supreme Court. The Supreme.
This guy wasn't the Supreme Court. Okay, I think he's actually gonna. So he actually goes here. Constantine, this guy wasn't the Supreme Court. There's a whole legal process to go through, which is part of the American process.
No, there's a whole legal process yet to go through, which is part of the American.
Oh, he had to go through, not yet.
Process. Now, I appreciate what you're saying, but it just sounds to me like you're redefining wars to give yourself more power, which is what every dictator has always done in history, which is to say the situation's so bad, I need extra power
Is
to
Abraham
deal
Lincoln a
with it.
dictator?
Oh fuck! Here we go. Okay, so we've got the redefinition to give. We have the. He did this whole speech. Okay, he did that whole speech. And we get we haven't gone anywhere with it. Okay, because the point still stands. So this whole speech was supposed to counter what Constantine was talking about, right? Where he said, well, you're redefining war. And then this whole speech that we've had, all of this read, boys, okay, was in response to Constantine saying, but you are stretching the definition of war. Okay? Then he says all of this stuff, and the point still stands. The point still stands. Because you didn't give us a rebuttal, you just gave us an explanation or an expansion of your previous point. Okay? Trigonometry predates Constantine. I don't know. I remember it just being a faceless channel a long time ago. So yeah, what color is Constantine? Is blue. Ass eaters assemble. Hello, Common. What happened to your new profile picture? You had it was quite interesting. I'm having a hard time finding it. It's been wiped. To what it used to be. Like, I remember it was like compilations and things. Anyway, give yourself more power. Oh, sorry. So you're redefining. Oh, sorry. Paste style. Here, progress. And then he goes, let's take this. Let's put that into a separate thing. I appreciate what you're saying, but it just sounds like he appreciates what you said. So I'm going to have to put a repeat here because he does literally say the same thing. Like, you're redefining war to give yourself more power. Wars to give yourself more power, which is something that dictators do. He's not saying that it's not exclusive. It's like that you have to be if you've done this, you are a dictator. It's something that dictators do. So it's not the same thing. But I don't even think we get to that. Which is what every dictator has always done in history. Which is to say, in history, so he expands it more, which is to say, the situation is so bad, I need more power. Extra power, a dictator will, yes, bad, I need extra power. Okay, let's see. And when I put this replay button, it's because it's a repeat, because we had all of this conversation, and we still did not get a response. We had no, still seeking response. Point stands. Initial question stands, initial point stands. Okay, I will put it here. And zoom in. Tim gave a great speech expanding nothing has changed since Tim spoke. That's very interesting. Like, you spoke for about 10, I don't know, 6 minutes, 10 minutes. That's a long time. You get a lot to say in that many minutes. There are scholars who do regard Lincoln as a dictator. Tim Pool has a habit of making a reasonable assertion, then supporting it with half-baked evidence. I can see, he goes, I'm not doing it, the scholars do it. I can understand people having papers and doing that sort of thing where they examine it and whatever. But Constantine, actually, I'm with him on this. It's like, that's a very interesting endeavor for us a philosophical question to ask ourselves. But now let's look at this now. What are we doing with this concept now? What are we doing with our current situation? And Tim just keeps going back to that comparison, as if now, as if it justifies. Just remember, I've got it drilling in my head when I'm trying to talk here. As if it justifies what Trump is supposed to do. He still wants to use Abraham Lincoln as an example so that he can say, you see, the way it worked out with Abraham is with Lincoln is the way that was good-ish. So we can do it here. He kind of is acting like we will be able to have the same conversation about Trump in the future, I think. It is, guys. It really is amazing how much Lincoln achieved despite having to, considering how much time he spent with hunting vampires. Is there a video coming in the Dave Smith Douglas Marito? Yes, it is. But we have to also continue creating more diagrams. So live streams continue while I work on that in the background. I'm trying not to make it so scripted. Like I'm writing a script, but scripted just doesn't work. I tried a scripted video before and it just didn't work out. So yes, I'm doing that, Emir. That's not how law and precedent works. If you've got a better idea, I'm all ears. Well, is he going to? Okay. Appreciate your saying, but it just sounds to me like you're redefining wars to give you to say it. Okay, so he's brought it to dictators now. He just added, hi, I'm not gay. Hey, not gay, Ben. Where have you been? Where have you been, Ben? Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you're not gay, but you're alive. That's good. There's nothing wrong with being gay.
Well, look,
Yes or no?
we are not in a war.
Okay, so there we go.
Extra
Is
power to
Abraham
deal
Lincoln a
with this.
dictator?
Well, it's a situation, which is what every
Academics there.
dictator has always done in history, which is to say the situation so bad, which is what every
Academics there.
dictator has always done in history, which is to say the situation so bad, I need extra
Is
power to
Abraham
deal
Lincoln a
with this.
dictator?
I need extra power to deal with this. And then he works on double speed. Also, these fast speaking guys. Relax, okay? We can change the speed of your speech when we want, but I can't now put it slower to deal with you. But anyway, Tim goes, was Abraham Lincoln a dictator? So this is his trump card, I suppose. Like, well, okay, well, but we allowed Abraham Lincoln to do this, and we consider him a hero after history. So we should allow our current president to do such equivalent things, which we have decided are equivalent.
Well, look,
Yes or no?
we are not in a war situation. to
Abraham
deal
Lincoln a
with this.
dictator?
Well, to say the situation is so bad, I need extra
Is
power to
Abraham
deal
Lincoln a
with this.
dictator?
Is Abraham Lincoln a dictator? Was, whatever. Mortal men are not heroes, okay? But it seems like, yeah, he's going to lean starting on past successes, I suppose. Wartime powers to justify current wartime powers. I feel like all these things that he suggests Trump could do and would do, they would be viewed and condemned even worse than just calling him a dictator. Like nothing you could say would convince people that he's fine, he's a fair guy. People would the TDS would flow even worse. So I don't know. Oh yes, I forgot Lincoln had the nuclear launch codes. So it's Abraham Land, a dictator. So this is supposed to be his trump card. To be his gotcha. Okay. So you can see Constantine's like, oh, I know what you want me to do. Just make your fucking point.
Well, look,
Yes or no?
we are not in a war situation.
Is Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
Well, look. Did you say wartime situation? In a war situation. That's the main. This is Constantine's main argument that he is trying to talk about. This is the main thing we should talk about, whether we're in it. Okay. But he wants to go to, okay, no, established we're in it. Now what do we do? He wants to stick on this. Wants to talk. Wants to disagrees. Oh, so let's say disagrees. Okay, disagrees with the wartime definition. So disagrees on the wartime definition. So not ready to discuss what powers a wartime president should have. Like he would rather talk about that situation. Okay, would rather talk about whether it's a war. You're telling me to follow you around as if it is, but eventually we're gonna have to kind of just give Tim this so that he can make his point. Is Abraham Lincoln a dictator? Yes or no? Sorry, let's see.
A war situation is the point.
I'm okay. You are right. I'll just say you're right. Okay, now
Situation.
is Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
We are not in a war situation.
Yeah, was Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
We are not
Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
to say the situation's so bad, I need extra power
Is
to
Abraham
deal
Lincoln a
with this.
dictator?
Well, look,
Yes or no?
we are not in a war situation.
Is Abraham
Yes or no? We are not in a war situation.
Lincoln a dictator?
We are not
Does he do this twice?
in a war. The situation's so bad,
Sorry, guys,
I need extra power.
Do we get the we are not in a war situation twice?
Abraham
deal
Lincoln a
with this.
dictator?
Well, look,
Yes or no?
we are
Okay, no, he says, well, look. Okay. Yes or no? We are not in a war situation. Okay, that's the thing. K are not in a war situation. Paste. Yes or no?
not in a war situation.
Is Abraham
Oh, sorry, I need to bring this. Yeah. Okay, they're busy nailing stuff together instead of drilling, so maybe they'll calm down. Okay. Are we in a scuff situation, yes or no? Always a scuff situation. That's not even a question when it's us.
Lincoln a dictator?
We are not in a war situation.
Yeah,
is the point.
was Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
We're not in a war situation is the point. Oh, so we just have just this. No, not that. Okay, fine. What Tim pisses me off on is that he will cite the 8th Amendment, then immediately turn around and demand granting wartime powers to shut down First Amendment practice. Mr. President, and he'll also do it very dramatically, Mr. President, I do not appreciate blah, 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 blah. What's wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Okay. Make it a good one or the super chat stop. So guys, listen. Pet rock, huh? Which one should it be? Okay, the other rock isn't around, but here is pet rock. Purple, of course. Very on brand. Do you see it's got a little V-neck? Okay. I'm putting it on my head for concentration, which is what they said, you know, when I bought it. So I'm not going to put eyes on it. It sees all anyway. It is an eye. What's his name? I have not named him yet. But here he is. You passed this time. Thanks, Colin. Lincoln's own shoulder turns against him. Look, well, that's I'm with Constantine here. Like, let's not talk about the history at the moment. I want to talk about now. And then we can go back into the name him Tim. No. You know what? Members only. Okay, members only. Common. Why don't you buy yourself a membership so you can vote on the so forego another super and get a membership so that you can vote on the name of my pet rock. Okay, so we've got Dwayne Johnson, Bernstein Bears. Oh god. Okay, I think it'll be funny if the diagram has a bunch of bubbles with "Is he a dictator?" and not a wartime situation. That's basically it. Brock or nothing. Well, we'll see. You have to campaign for that name amongst the many members for the name. Okay. Is Abraham Lincoln a dictator? Constantine's not even interested.
We are not in a war situation.
I'm a dictator.
We are not in a war situation.
Yeah, was Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
We are not in a war situation.
Oh, he changed it from was to it's from is to was. Okay, so we got that.
Is the point.
I'm okay. You are right. I'll just say you're right. Okay, now is Abraham?
You're right. Okay, good. Okay, so I'll say you're right. Okay, so he'll concede that we're not in a wartime. Okay. He's conceding in order to ask the question. Well, at least he thinks he's doing that. We are not in a war situation. Well, he says, no, you're right. Well, but that's the thing. He's decided. Okay, I agree.
Right. So look,
yes or no?
Oh my god. So he's like, look, I'm winning because I'm pressing you on something and you're not answering. I think Constantine should just get over this and be like, it is not commonly discussed. He is not commonly thought of that way as a dictator. But tell me why he is not a dictator, or just tell me your point. Okay, so
a war situation is the point.
I'm okay. You are right. I'll just say you're right. Okay, now is Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
So look,
yes or no?
He's trying to say something, yes or no. What are you trying to say?
Tim, the theoretical examples you give.
It's not a theoretic, it's American history.
Fine.
Okay, the historical examples. Tim, you know what? When a bro uses your what do you call it? Your name. He's like, please just listen to me. I'm using you should have said Timothy. He should have said Timothy. Constantine is right to ignore disingenuous lines of arguments. Well, he's trying to, but the thing is, Tim is like, no, you got to let me need this. You got to let me get through this. My socials, I will give you my socials here. I'm on Twitter. I don't really do much on Instagram or anything like that. So I'll put it in the Twitch chat. Sorry, guys. Just do that. I think this should work. Just let me see if Stream Elements gives you something. No? Come on, Stream Elements. Okay, well, if you go to my YouTube, which I'll give you the link. Let's see if it actually works if I say YouTube. No, not my referral link. Does that work? Constantine doesn't want to admit life is hard. Okay. Why do you say that? He doesn't want to admit that he's got to continue with what do you call it? With Tim. Okay, yeah. There's my YouTube. My YouTube has all my links, including Discord and things like that. Okay, there you go. This is the part where guys who admit they don't know about Lincoln are berated by a guy who obsessed with the one weird thing about Abe Lincoln. That's another thing, is that I really appreciate Fishmonger. Like, I really appreciate a discussion where he says, I don't know, you know this more than me. I appreciate. That's what I want in a conversation, instead of dodging. So initially he does dodge and try not to talk about it, but it's probably because he's like, it's not a fruitful conversation to have. It doesn't make, I want you to go further and make your points. Let's talk about what I know. But he does eventually let Tim get into this, but let's see how he tries to approach it. Oh, not that, sorry, that's my YouTube. You're an Irish insurgent, common people. Are you really an Irishman, like in Ireland? Because Irishmen are delicious. You would know that if you knew who I followed on on Instagram. I'm not helping myself. Tim, the theoretical examples you give, it's not theoretical, it's American history. But the historical, that's what I would have said, you give. Okay, we are interrupting. History. Okay, so he's got, it's fine. He's trying to relate it to the current moment, though. Constantine's like, it's not related to the current moment. It's like, actually, the point is he wants to relate it to. So it's like, okay, fine, we'll call it history, which it is. It's not something. See, Constantine could have been debate-brained and Douglas-brained and like tried to argue about a tiny little point. Okay? He could have been like, but no, but it is theoretical. Like, no, he doesn't. He just goes, fine, because it's not worth arguing about that thing. We need to go further, right? Fine, I'm going to give you another thing that I want to talk about. Okay? Fine. Like, when you do that, cool. Hi, Vika. Give me an Irish accent or you hate Ireland. That's not fair. I don't have to be able to perform an Irish accent in order for me to enjoy it.
But it's not related to the current moment, which is what we're talking about.
So in the
moment, which is what we're talking about. He wants to talk about it that way. So good luck, Constantine. He's going to make you talk about it this way. So his whole point is, if you go to the summary that I read out, is we're comparing it to history. And history seems to say, giving presidents wartime powers ends in goodness. Overall, we need to do it. It's a good thing to do. It's worked before. Seems like that's what his argument is. Okay, let's see.
So you're
context
saying,
of-
let me just lay out the argument that you made. If I represent it incorrectly, you tell me.
Yes! Sorry. Jizz, guys. This is active listening. Beautiful man. Beautiful man. Okay? Did you hear that? I will tell you the argument. Okay? And if I'm misrepresented, you tell me. Active listening. I'm loving it. This was a moment for me, man. Okay, liberal Canadian confirmed. Me? I pulled my own earrings out. My own. Okay, there we go. She's in Ulster Constabulary. What? Okay. She hates Ireland. Me? I don't know who's she? The cat's mother, which I guess would be me. Okay. In the context of let me lay out, so don't. I love this. I need to put this massively. Active listening. Be able to recite your opponent's arguments to them accurately. And I love that. I think later on, Constantine says, Tim, I have to finish my argument before you decide you disagree with it. That is a beautiful moment. Okay. Okay. He does dodge, so what you're saying. Yeah, that is absolutely. Let me put that there. Congo will come in again, guys. Congo Chris. I'm glad Constantine dodges saying, so what you're saying. Gold star. That's exactly it. But so what you're saying has utility. It really does. But you got to do it accurately. You got to do it honestly and in good faith. Okay, but when you hear so what you're saying, a lot of the time you are going to immediately go red flags. But this is a beautiful way to coin. Let me just lay out the argument that you made. If I represent it incorrectly, you tell me. That's it. You tell me. Beautiful line. It's my favorite line. The whole. I think so far this is my favorite line. What do we do? How do we decorate our favorite line? Beautiful golden border. I don't know. Kitty's favorite line. No, that's purple, which is used in the diagram. Oh, let's put a marker. Let's put a star there. I love it. What's this about? I'm still sleepy. It is about whether the whether America is in a wartime and what powers a president should be able to have during wartime. That president being Donald Trump now. Okay. Let me just put you on. Cool. Let's go. He's gonna lay it out, boys. He's laying it out.
The core of your argument that you're making, right, is that because we are in a 4th, 5th, 6th generational warfare situation, just lay out the argument that you made. If I represent it incorrectly, you tell me. The core of your argument that you're making, right, is that because we are in a 4th, 5th, 6th generational warfare situation, a different set of rules ought to apply. It's a wartime, therefore, just like you can apply martial law, just like you can suspend this or that or whatever, right? And the point I'm making to you is,
so there you go. He summarized it in under 10 seconds. Okay. Okay. The core. This is the core of your argument. The core of the argument that you're making is that because we are in a 4th, 5th, 6th, he goes all the way there, generational warfare situation, a different set of rules ought to apply. Okay? It's a wartime. Therefore, just like you can apply martial law, just like you can suspend this or that or whatever, right? Okay? So he's saying that's his one argument. This thing, okay, this over here represents that. All of that. Man, this is fun. I'm sorry. It's just so good. Okay. More like a disagreement. Yeah. Is America in a disagreement? Oh, thank you so much, common people. Common says I speak good English for an African. whatever, right? Okay, but his point, which follows on, which is against Tim's. Okay, so he's like, yeah, this was the whole of Tim's argument. Here is his counter argument. So let's go Tim's argument. And then this should be Constantine's counter argument. Is it Constant or Kostan? Is it Kostan or Constant? I keep forgetting. I'm going down here to check. Hey, Constant. Yeah, not Kostan. Sorry. Counter. There was a counter stroke. Okay. The point I'm making, what is the point you're making? Because we never really got to it. Okay, whoa.
This is the argument that every dictator in history has made. Now, I don't know American history as well as you, and maybe the point that you make about Abraham Lincoln is relevant in some way, but what I'm saying to you is something completely different, which is we're not in a war.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's the argument he wants to have, okay? Is that every dictator in history has made that argument. Now, the reason he wants to bring up Abraham Lincoln, the reason it is relevant, Constantine, is because he's saying we don't call Lincoln a dictator, yet he had these powers. But, so it's kind of like a Venn diagram we need to have, is like all dictators use this argument, but then non-dictators also use it. But all dictators use it. So that's what Constantine is talking about. Hi, David Pinto Fernandez. Welcome to the colony. And I'm a colonizer, I suppose, but no, a group of cats is called the colony. So that colony. Yes, you are part of it now. Part of my colon. Don't leave. Okay. Maybe you point that you make out Abraham Lincoln he's like, maybe it's relevant. He doesn't notice it is relevant or doesn't care that it's relevant. Okay, every dictator has made. Okay, so that's his one point. This is extra. Well, please address that. He wants Tim to address that. Now I don't know American history as well as you. And maybe the point that you make about Abraham Lincoln is relevant in some way. That's such an underhanded way of saying it's not relevant, but okay. But what I'm saying is something completely different. Which is we're not in a war. Okay. I think he's probably going to stick on this comparison. Okay, the comparison is I think it would have been better if Constantine had actually included the Abraham Lincoln thing here. Fourth, sixth generation, different rules also apply. You know, like I think he actually should have included Lincoln. Tim finds it relevant. Show you understand. Stand yet disregard the relevance. Like he's not going to feel heard. Tim's not going to feel heard by this. Are you making noises in the background? Gordon's talking to cats. Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Was Abraham Lincoln a dictator? Yes or no?
I don't
Oh
know.
my fucking. This pisses me off, but he's now going to be forced into interacting with this line of thought. Okay, he's tried to move away from it. He goes, cool. Can I ask you a question? You shit. You absolute shit, Tim. But you know what? That's what he wants. He wants to talk about this. So he goes,
Let me ask you a question.
To something completely different, which is we're not in a war.
Okay, so
okay, so let me ask you a question. If it's so absurd, why can't he answer it? That's the thing. I think he should answer it. It's easy. He doesn't want to interact with it. And he's decided it's irrelevant. But it's like, just interact with it, let him make his point, and then we can continue. So this whole back and forth, we have to do this, like, I think it's 3 times. It was 2 or 3. So this is like the 3rd time he's asking. Let me ask you a question. And he goes, yes. This is so sneaky.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
He does close his eyes like he expects this.
Was Abraham Lincoln a dictator? Yes or no?
I don't.
This is beautiful. Yeah. Was Abraham yes or no? So you know what? I appreciate that he says I don't know, because he knows that saying no would be used against him. That's kind of what I'm getting here. He's like, no, if I do that, then he's going to make an argument that means it's okay for Trump to do this. But I think it's okay. You can actually say, well, historically, people don't really think of him that way. Tell me more, Tim. Okay, tell me more about how he's not a dictator. How he is. He did something that's dictatorial, but he is not considered a dictator. Therefore, Trump can do stuff that's considered dictatorial and won't be considered a dictator. Like, let him make the argument. But I understand Constantine's just like. So at least he answers. I guess what I was happier with at the time when I first listened to this was that he at least went along with it and at least said I don't know, which is not a usual thing. I was thinking he could have Douglased it and completely went off on a tangent. So I respected that he gave an answer once he was pressed into it. I told you it would be funny if he had multiple dialogue bubbles with, is he a dictator, not a war situation? Is he a dictator, not a war situation? It really is. Okay, so let me ask you, this was fucking, yeah, anyway. So, he's forcing, Abraham Lincoln was a vampire hunter. They made a whole documentary about it, and that is why he's a dictator to the vampire race. Okay. Forcing Constantine to interact with this line of reasoning. Despite him saying it's irrelevant. Okay, and we've got I don't know, he says.
Oh, no.
You don't. Was Abraham Lincoln a dictator? Yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't. If a leader.
I don't know. You don't know? Okay. He does. You know what? I'm glad that Tim doesn't go, you don't know? That would have been a Douglas. I don't know. You don't. Okay. I don't know you. Okay. I would like to comment on his I don't know again. That's a crossover I would watch. Well, it's there. There's actually a proper what's the name? A movie called Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. It's like Sharknado or something. Excuse me. Okay. Forcing Constantine to interact. He says, I don't know. Could have gone with generally he is not considered so. But Constantine knows that Tim will use this against him. I think he should have let it go. And then attacked Tim's reasoning. Tim's comparison, which he does anyway. Comparison of history and now and present day. Could have done that. Could have figured out. It would have been a better thing to do. But he says, I don't know, which is. I'll also say that it's still better than not answering. Or going on a tangent. So I'm glad that he did that. Okay.
Dictator, yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't. If a leader suspended the right to due process for all peoples, is that a dictatorial move?
It depends on.
Okay, you don't know. If a dictator, no, if a leader suspended the right to due process, is that a dictatorial move? Okay. I think that's a different, at least rephrasing it once he's given that answer. Okay, cool. Go deeper into what it means to be a dictator. Cool. These two are related, these 2 points. Okay. Because he's trying to bring the relevance of this in. You don't know if a leader suspended the right to due process of all peoples, for all peoples, is that a dictatorial move? So now he's saying context matters.
To due process for all peoples, is that a dictatorial move?
It depends on the context.
So you're like,
So there's his answer. It depends on the context. I think that is a good point to keep. Yeah, just give me more context for this example. Because a lot of the time when you give an absolute in such a conversation, it can be turned upon you and see, and then you have the embarrassing task of saying, well, in this context, I'd change my opinion. Whereas here, you load it with, give me the context and I'll give you my answer. This is better. It's not a cop-out. I don't think it's a cop-out. It's actually, yeah, it's avoiding a lot of having to clarify later. When you give general answer is easy. That will have an exception. Your opponent can bring up. Give the context, and I'll give the answer. Okay, so I think he does. He does say, give the context. He gives it as now.
like right now, if Trump said, I'm suspending the constitutional rights and due process for far left terrorists.
Okay, like right now. So like this is where he's at. This is where Tim's at. This is where he thinks Trump can be because of this this conflict that has been described. Okay, he's like, so what if Trump did this? He's like far left terrorists and whatever. He basically wants Antifa to be put away. So, like right now, if Trump said, I'm suspending the constitutional rights and due process for far left terrorists. Okay, that seems, and I think this is a very honest response from Constantine, a very reasonable, I'm a normal human being response, and and that's okay. You should be able to just give your answer the way it feels to you when you don't have anything else to give. Okay, if that's all you have is your opinion, explain it. I'm suspended. Like for me, when I hear that, I'm like, okay, that's probably going to be, that's probably not going to go down well, because people are going to argue about the definition of terrorists as well. Yeah. I don't think it's a good idea. That's another thing as well for this whole conversation. I'm like, Tim, it's not going to go down well. Even when you give these reasons and you try and justify why Trump would be able to do these things, he's still Trump. And if he does those things, the left will go, oh, you see, he's a dictator. So it doesn't even matter whether you try and explain this away for him. Okay, so.
The due process for all peoples, is that a dictatorial move?
It depends on the context.
So, like right now, if Trump said, I'm suspending the constitutional rights and due process for far-left terrorists.
Look, I'm not a legal scholar. That seems pretty extreme to me. Yeah.
What if Donald Trump...
That seems pretty fucking extreme to me, boy. Sorry, I have to select all of the things. Pretty extreme to me. So they blocked out the fucking... It's not easy to look back at the Four Horsemen and replace Sam Harris with Douglas Murray. It's not. Good night, kitty. Good night, Zax. Hi, my baby. Oh, actually so happy his dad's home. Okay. Good night, Zaxy and kittens. I'm not a legal scholar, but that seems pretty extreme to me. Good, we don't have expletives in our diagram, boys. But it was pretty funny when Douglas swore. It's like, ooh, he said fuck. Ooh. Okay.
Scholar, that seems pretty extreme to me. Yeah.
What if Donald Trump decided he was going to...
To me, yeah. What if Donald Trump... Okay, this is another example. Expletives are fun, right? And that's basically what I did when I got a fright. Yeah, what if Donald Trump... Oh my god, they're nailing. Please don't drill anymore. That's all I'm asking. Okay. Arrest the Washington... What? Okay, let's hear what he's got to say.
To arrest the half of the Washington state body because they were voting in favor of groups that were attacking Tesla facilities.
What does that mean, voting in favor of?
So in...
attacking Tesla facilities. This is also just a nice example. One of the things I like is just asking questions. What do you mean by that? That's normal stuff. I'm back, honey cinnamon latte. Let me drink my girly slop and be happy. Okay. It's not a what's it? A pumpkin spice latte? Sorry. What if Donald Trump decided he was going to arrest the Washington half of the Washington state body because they were voting in favor of groups that were attacking Tesla facilities? So I don't know, that sounds a bit petty. That sounds like administrative warfare, and I don't really like it. It's lawfare kind of thing. What does that mean? Voting in favor of. I appreciate this. That's crazy juice. I don't drink the crazy juice. Okay, sorry, Saba. Okay. I just want to comment here. This is how normal people converse. You ask a question. When you don't just jump in and argue with the person. You can actually let them explain themselves. Good guy, Constantine. To get clarity from the other person. So refreshing. Who's the shadowy cabal, Timothy? Hey, Bimo. So refreshing. I really am. I've been spoiled Like, this is spoiling me. Beautiful.
Facilities.
What does that mean, voting in favor of?
So let's say in their state body, someone proposes a bill that they will not arrest nor provide any assistance to any individual in their state who's caught firebombing Tesla facilities or other right-aligned institutions. The state will not enforce the law against them, nor will they aid federal law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, that sounds pretty shit. Voting in favor of, so they do a thing to basically say we're not going to arrest these people. So it's the same sort of thing as the rioters in the Summer of Love. They weren't going to get prosecuted, and that's a problem. Firebomb. I'm just trying to get the copy paste. I have no thoughts on the matter. Okay. Force law against them or will aid federal law enforcement? I don't know. Okay. Okay, so they will not arrest or provide. So these states are saying we will not persecute those people because they're freedom fighters. Sorry. What does that mean, voting in favor of? So let's say in their state body someone proposes a bill. Okay, I don't know why he's putting it still in this hypothetical, because does he want to release it and say, and that's what they did? Is that what he's doing? Like, relax, just tell us. You don't need to do the reveal. Okay? You don't need to play around with it and say, it's true. I think Constantine knows what you're going to do with it. So the reveal is just stupid. Okay? Let's say in their state body, someone proposes a bill that they will not arrest nor provide any assistance to any individual in their state, who's caught firebombing Tesla facilities or other right-aligned institutions. Okay? But now that's proposing a bill. You vote for it, whether it goes through or not, that's something we need to talk about. I think that's what Constantine does. Night, night, BMO, go sleepies. Okay, no drill, safe word. Okay, what's next? The state will not enforce law against them or not. Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have responded. I shouldn't have separated that. Yeah, the flip side of... Yeah, he says, you know what, later on he says that he's okay with 4 years for January 6 rioters. He says he's okay with that. He doesn't want pardon. He thinks 4 years is fine.
Facilities.
What does that mean, voting in favor of?
So let's say in their state body, someone proposes a bill that they will not arrest nor provide any assistance to any individual in their state who's caught firebombing Tesla facilities or other right-aligned institutions. The state will not enforce the law against them, nor will they aid federal law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so they're not even going to aid federal law enforcement. So that is problematic, I would say. I do want to say, like, yeah, that's a problematic context. But also, we're also talking about Trump, so... Well, even that was a due process thing. Yeah, let's see.
I don't know what the answer to that question is legally, but my point...
Okay, I don't know what the answer to the question is legally. Okay, so I don't know if it's dictatorial legally. So what does that mean? Like, I don't know if it's against the law, if it's something he can do or can't do. That's what I'm understanding from Constantine. I don't know the answer to that legally. Okay. So he's not interacting with it as the way Tim wants him to. He doesn't know the answer to the question. When your opponent doesn't know the answer, just give them the answer so that you can make your point. But understand that he doesn't he doesn't follow or keep the he doesn't have the sub points. He doesn't suddenly agree with him if he doesn't know. And I love that Constantine later on does say, just because I don't know, it doesn't mean I'm now going to take your word for it and I'm going to decide to align with you. I can still disagree with you and wherever you got your information from. It's quite an interesting thing. It's like, just because I don't know doesn't mean I don't want to go and find out and make my own opinion about it. Oh, I do love that from Constantine.
Will not enforce the law against them, nor will they aid federal law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer to that question is legally, but my point to you is...
This
oh, sorry, he doesn't get to the point, but my point to you is we will never know what it is. Flyover. I will go here and say whether that in legal it be against the law for Trump to do this thing. He does not. So he doesn't know the answer. Cool. Again, happy. He will admit not knowing things. He'll be against. I like being against things. Okay. What are we doing? What are you going to tell us?
is the problem. If you don't know and you have no thoughts on the matter, then I don't know what we're arguing. You
Well,
can
Oh, yeah, we go. We're there. I thought it was later. Yes, we're here, boys. This is great. This is a great time. Okay. Listen to him. My point to you is no. So, like, if you don't know, then what are we arguing about? Or like, we're still having a conversation, honey. Oh, such a good exchange. Beautiful. Just hold on. We need to get to it. I'm so excited for it. I'm like pissing my pants. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. So, this is the problem. If you don't know and you have no thoughts on the matter, then I don't know what we're arguing. Okay, let Constantine tell you what we're arguing. You think that he's wrecked because of that? Do you think are you thinking that Tim is wrecked? Or did you read the rest of the script? Listen, yeah.
My point to you is...
this is the problem. If you don't know and you have no thoughts on the matter, then I don't know what we're arguing. You can simply say, Tim may be right. I don't know.
You can simply say, Tim, you may be right. I don't know. No, I'm not going to say that to you, you fuck. No, you beanie fuck. I'm not saying it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm taking the argument that you're making and interrogating it as I do with every other guest on the show.
let's
Yes, boy. And interrogating as I do with every other guest on the show. I love that. I love that point. You just because you have no thoughts on it, it does not mean that I'm now going to take it. I'm not going to agree with it. I don't know. Am I wrong for enjoying this? Hey, he is hairline disabled. No, he's not. Yeah, I guess he is. He's got a different hairline now. It's according to the beanie. Okay. It's taking the argument. I respect this. You need to immediately accept what the other person proposes. Like you can and should interrogate the person's idea. If it's not up to snuff, you can reject it. You don't need to. You can reject it or say, I don't know further. It's a 5th generation hairline. Rex, you shit. That's Alameda wrecked. Ah, jeez.
making and interrogating it as I do with every other guest on
So
the
let's
show.
we'll
Okay, everywhere. Yep, on the show. So what?
So what I'm saying to you is, you've made the claim that we're in the war in order to be able to justify suspending the rules applying equally to everybody. That's basically what you've done, right?
So
Yes, that is his contention with you. He doesn't want to go back to Lincoln, boy. He wants to say, this is your contention and I have a problem. This is your point, the point that I have a problem with. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about this. Okay? And I do think it's worth going through the Lincoln stuff because it's part of his cope, really. Okay? So what I'm saying to you is you've made the claim. Let's go. Sorry, I've got to copy paste. Can you guys hear the hammer now? Maybe this is actually somebody who just doesn't want me to diagram anymore. Okay. What I'm saying to you?
Making and interrogating it as I do with every other guest on
so
the
let's
show. So what I'm saying to you is, you've made the claim that we're in the war in order to be able to justify suspending the rules applying equally to everybody. That's basically what you've done, right?
So
when I look
commensurate
outside
to the conflict.
when I look outside,
What? Okay, that's basically what you've done. Yes. So this is a repeat because he's had to repeat himself because we were still looping the same subject. There's hammering downstairs, so you're above me. There's hammering upstairs for me. Okay, so there's always in South Africa there is always a leaf blower or a chainsaw. Seriously, you don't understand it. There's always one of those. So what I'm saying to you is you've made the claim that we are in a war in order to be able to justify suspending the rules applying equally to everybody. That's basically what you've done, right? Okay. So when I look onto the conflict, okay, when I look outside, I get a lot of helicopters yelling shit where you live. And they're like, please come out with your hands up. Do they say please? I don't think they say please. Okay. Oh yes, there's also always cutting of tiles. That was another thing. Those tiles, those angle grinders. Always grinding, yeah. The angle grinders, man. So I don't know. It's like a South Africa. It's like you've got hardy doors and you've got angle grinders, and that's South Africa for you.
I don't see a war that justifies that.
When you look at
So when I looked outside, sorry, I just want to see if I can hear what Tim says in the background of this whole thing.
side,
When I look out, that's basically what you've done, right?
so
when I look
commensurate
outside
to the conflict.
Oh, commensurate is what he's saying. Commensurate to the conflict. Commensurate to the conflict. Please tell us what this is. I'm going to put this floating above here as a flyover. Commensurate. And now it says commensurate, but commensurate with the conflict. He's going to bring that up at a later stage, so we'll just bring. It's a fragmented thought we're going to get with. It's he's got his buzzwords in, so he will use these keywords. I don't think that's a word. Yes, commiserate is not a word, but I think he's saying it. Can you hear him say it? Listen, I think, does he mean commensurate? Listen.
when I to everybody. That's basically what you've done, right?
So
when I look
commensurate
outside
to the conflict.
when I look out,
It commensurate. So it's a co-measure. Commensurate. Go. Is not a word. Go and look it up, Joseph. Apparently it is. He means commensurate, but he's saying commiserate. You'll see it later. He says this. Commiserate. It's like the same measurement. Commensurate means it's the same when it commences. The keyword there is commence, not measure. It's measured at the same time. That's what that's what I think he's trying to say. But academics coin their own words. It's like people also say ask instead of ask. I don't know. We'll see. When I look outside, I don't see a war. That justifies that. So that's the main point he's trying to say. Is like, listen, the war is not conflict. Hey, transcript. Why did you say conflict? Now look outside. That justifies that. And what else? Commensurate. Makes sense, nothing else. Let's see. Commiserate.
I don't see a war that justifies that.
When you look outside in a largely liberal jurisdiction where everyone agrees with each other, you don't see anything justifying.
We've traveled around the United States plenty.
And
okay, so when you look outside in this where everybody agrees with each other, okay? Wait, did I copy paste everything? No, I did not. I've got a lot of this signaled, sorry. Shoo-wee. Signaled, selected. When you look outside in a jurisdiction, a large liberal jurisdiction where everybody agrees with each other, I'll be able to process the dialogue this afternoon a little bit more. Luckily, we don't have 3 hours worth of document to process. He's talking about feelings, maybe. Wartime, I love that everybody in chat is trying to figure out what he means. I love you guys so much. Like, what do you mean, Tim? But Joseph knows what he means. But I just like that we are having fun with it. You guys are entertaining.
That justifies that.
When you look outside in a largely liberal jurisdiction where everyone agrees with each other, you don't see anything justifying.
We've traveled around.
Justifying. Okay. So is this him saying, like, of course you won't? Of course you won't see it? Is that what he means? I think that's what he means. It's like, well, obviously everybody agrees with themselves, so you're not going to see with each other, so you're not going to see conflict. That's not what I'm talking about. It's elsewhere. Rhetorical. It makes sense. He wouldn't see conflict nearby. Tim will explain where there is this conflict, right? Well, needs to explain where there is conflict. Then we've traveled extensively around. These Britbongs have traveled extensively. We've traveled around the United States plenty, and I've never seen anything that justifies insinuating martial law. Okay? In this country. Okay, so he's going to say firebombing.
And the United States plenty.
And
I have never seen anything that justifies instituting martial law in this country. No.
Firebombing of Tesla facilities, the shooting them up, the murder and killing.
Firebomb, fireball. I'm not making fun of that. I just hear that word and I'm like, fireball. It's the music industry's fault, actually. Okay, so in martial law in this country, what's the response? Oh, you what? You what, mate? Firebombing isn't for martial law.
Of people for political
that should
purposes.
Be dealt with through the criminal justice system.
So
firebombing, yeah, it should be. Oh no, but this is a point. He has a point. He's like, Well, the thing is, Jesus. They started drilling again, and it gave me a fright. Okay. Power bombing of Tesla facilities, the shooting them up, the murder and killing, which is the same thing, of people for political purpose system. Did he say political purpose system?
First, people for
That
political
should be
purposes.
dealt with
Yeah.
through the
Of Tesla facilities, the shooting them up, the murder and killing of people for political
that should
purposes.
be dealt with.
Yeah.
Political purposes. Okay. That should be dealt with. Okay. That should be dealt with by the law enforcement, right? Never seen anything. Murder and killing.
Murder and killing of
In anything that justifies instituting martial law in this country.
On
firebombing of Tesla facilities, the shooting them up, the murder and
the transcript is mangled here.
killing of people for
That
political
should be
purposes.
dealt with.
Yeah.
That should be dealt with by
Through the criminal justice system.
So
through the criminal
first,
justice system. Okay, and all that the transcription got from that, guys, was system. All it got from the audio there was system. That should be dealt with through the law enforcement system. Okay, that was the response. So we can't always rely on the machines. We have to rely on our ears. Okay. And we've got hey, Francis said something. Yeah. Said yeah. We got something from you. He agreed. Someone save Brock. That's not right. He can survive drilling more than me.
You are incorrect. I'm not arguing that the conflict we're in right now warrants anything close to what Abraham Lincoln did.
Okay.
First,
Should be dealt with
Yeah.
through the criminal justice system.
So
Oh, sorry, criminal justice system. Sorry, criminal justice system. Sorry. Okay, so we're just he's gonna let us know something here. This is not really a follow-on.
first, you are incorrect. I'm not arguing that
Jesus, this is loud. This is not loud enough. Sorry, I need to put this louder. Where are you at? This one. Yeah, okay. Oh,
the
better.
conflict we're in right now warrants anything close to what Abraham Lincoln did.
okay, you and I are arguing. Yes, that's exactly what we're arguing. That's exactly it. Although Constantine doesn't want to talk about Abraham Lincoln. You've made him. You forced him. Are you going upstairs to yell at them? Okay, I'm not arguing that the conflict we're in right now warrants anything close to what Abraham Lincoln did. So then what are you talking about? Okay. What are you talking about? I thought that's exactly what you were arguing, but tell me.
Murder and killing of people for
that
political
should
purposes.
be dealt with
Yeah.
through the criminal justice system.
So first,
No, I'm not trans.
you are incorrect. I'm not arguing that the conflict we're in.
You and I are arguing right now. I'm not arguing that the conflict. I'm not arguing that the conflict we're in right now warrants anything close to what Abraham Lincoln did. Yeah, okay, but that sounded like that's what you were doing. Okay. We kept bringing him up. Thank you, Constantine. Or Francis. Okay. That's exactly what a trans person would say. No, trans people will tell you. These days, at least.
now warrants anything close to what Abraham
coming out in all of that.
Lincoln did.
Okay.
But, the conflict we're in right now warrants anything
I'm sad that my husband had to hear me have to say that. He's gonna be like, people believe my woman's a man.
close to what Abraham
Have you seen some trans people? They are really hot. So I don't know. The standards have changed.
Lincoln. That the first, you are incorrect. I'm not arguing that the conflict we're in right now warrants anything close to what Abraham Lincoln did.
Okay. Well, you kept bringing him up. That's why I made that assumption.
Because I'm
Yes. Because you didn't make that. But the thing is, Constantine, you didn't let him finish his argument. Okay. You kept dodging his question. Well, not dodging it. You kept just not answering the question he wanted you to in the way he wanted it. So he didn't get his answer out. Okay. He had this whole plan. Trans kitty is my friend. Yes. Catch these hands. Okay, that's why I made the assumption, because I'm trying to understand what your philosophical and moral view is of a president. Okay, that's my assumption. Yeah. Hold on, I've deleted this. Yeah. Okay, well, he kept bringing him up, so that's why I made the assumption. I think it's also you made the assumption. So this is not the same example as we had in the previous debate diagram, where if you don't fill in the argument, somebody will fill it in for you. If you don't complete your argument, somebody will fill it in for you. It does seem like this was the argument he was making and why he wanted certain answers from Constantine. Constantine already preempted, said, okay, you asking me if Abraham Lincoln is a dictator because you're going to make this comparison. So Constantine didn't exactly fill in an empty argument. He also didn't let Tim get to his comparison point. So he had to assume. He didn't let him get there because he assumed. He assumed where it was going. Yeah. So just let somebody complete their argument. I know that you say it later. Am I going to get this done in one session? Nah, we got 15 minutes. We're doing this. We're chilling. How many minutes have we done today? 10. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, we've got 15 minutes now left of this session. But I'll have a better transcript tomorrow because I'm going to have a lot of time today with all of the things that are going to be going on. I'm going to be on my laptop. I'll be processing the transcript. 3 minutes 33. Don't fucking lie. Okay. Because it started at 1 hour 16, guys. So we are at 1 hour 26. So we did 10 minutes. Oh, you saw that I was most of the way through the video. No. We started at this chapter because it is actually identified beautifully for us as a debate, because this is where they properly disagree. The rest of it is mostly Tim just talking and saying stuff, like some small disagreements along the way. But this is the main argument, which is nice and actually juicy, but juicy in a better way than our Douglas experience. Okay, because it's quite interesting that they are nice. Transcript. Oh, this is true. I was like, damn, you must have cruised through this one. That would have been so great. Imagine if I could be that fast. Aren't there cool debates happening in South Africa? That's a good question, Joseph. There aren't. I need to go and have a look at some of the podcasters that I watch. They mostly just give their ideas there. They don't have debates, and Yeah, there could be some debates that we could actually look at on Twitter. Not so much conversations like that. It's more like on Twitter where people argue. So I'll look into some of them for South Africa. There is a lot of conflict in South Africa and a lot of arguments. So it would actually be quite interesting to do that. So I'll keep an eye out. Also, I might make that a members only thing. Because one of the things that I'll be doing for members, okay, so yes, of course, reminder, this is also what I'm working on this week, along with the Douglas Murray stuff. Another sort of segment I will have is like my screenshots, where I discuss certain tweets and stuff in shorts. So I just need my screenshots. And I'll make one of the screenshots about SA. Because there's lots of lovely South African things. Or like machete fights or something. What? No, we burn tires in South Africa. That's what we do. There's a lot of xenophobia in South Africa because we also have a lot of immigrants, illegal immigrants there.
I'm trying to understand what your philosophical and moral view is of a president who does such things at a time.
And what
Okay, I'm trying to understand your moral. No. You were trying to make some. I think you were trying to make something further. Okay. I think he was trying to go further, but he's like, no, I'm just exploring your moral compass. Take your finger out of my compass. Sorry, that is him. Aren't white like a tiny minority? Yeah, there are a minority, but they are the majority taxpayers. And suppose now that one of the things that is often argued about is how much of the land is owned by white people. The wealth disparity between black people and white people. There's so much. It makes me laugh at this because it's like, okay, well, if we use Tim's version of this, South Africa has been in wartime for many years. Probably for the past 20 years, it's been in war. If we're going to just talk about this, philosophical moral view is. So I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I believe Constantine instinct was correct. So he's bringing up. It's not just a genuine. I'm just asking questions about if Washington, if Lincoln was a dictator.
I'm saying to you is you can't compare a context.
And I'm not a president who does such things at a time. Because I'm trying to understand what your philosophical and moral view is of a president who does such things at a time.
And
Sure. Your philosophical and moral view is of a president who does such things at a time. But you were going to go further with that, though. Okay, so now we're still just getting more of his Constantine's point, which is he's had to drive it home several times. Okay, and it's just rewording it, so it's good.
And what I'm saying to you is you can't compare a context.
And I'm not.
Of a civil war with.
I'm asking you right now.
And what I'm saying to you is you can't compare. Okay, so like seeing as we're just going to continue saying our points, Constantine's going to say his point. And what I am saying to you is you can't compare a context. He didn't even get to finish his sentence. Sorry for you. Here is an airplane. You can't compare a context. Because this is what I mean. He could have just spoken about the context. He could have just gone along with his answer and said, reason I thought Constantine could have gone along with Tim's discussion of Lincoln anyway. this argument would have come up anyway. So you could have let him go off. You could have let him cook. Okay. Okay. What I'm saying to you is you can't compare a context. I'm not of a civil war. Okay, so he's now talking. So not of a civil war. So like, but Tim's hairline's crashing.
Yeah.
Based on the American Civil War and what was,
Of a civil war with, and what I'm saying to you is you can't compare a context
and I'm not.
Of a civil war with.
I'm asking you right now.
Context of a civil war. He says he's not. Okay. With he's so intense. I'm not. Can you imagine him and Candace Owens in the same room? The intensity was just. I'm sure that he's had her on or something. I don't know. I'm not asking you right now. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm asking you to what?
Yeah.
Based on the American
Context.
and I'm not.
Of a civil war with.
I'm asking you right now.
Yeah.
Based on the American Civil War and what was going on, was Abraham Lincoln a dictator for suspending habeas corpus and arresting politicians?
Which is.
Okay. I don't appreciate those jokes. Sorry, I scrambled up there. Is relevant. Sorry, my scroll is proper broken. Good lord. Still? View arresting politicians. Okay. Compare time. I'm asking you right now, based on the American Civil War and what was going on, was Abraham Lincoln dictator for suspending habeas corpus and arresting politicians? Okay. Okay, and now, Constantine has a response like, okay, stop. You've now brought this up several times. Now I'll tell you what you're actually doing with it. Arresting politicians. I hope people aren't drilling through the freaking floor because the noises I'm hearing should not be there. Artoria! Cheer! You make me weak in the knees. You're as sexy as hell. Let me eat the booty after you eat that Taco Bell. Okay, Artoria is here to give us a the what do you call it? Pickup line of the day. So thank you guys. Go off and use that and let us know tomorrow how it went. If you got some booty from that. Okay? Thank you, Artoria. It works, he says. Okay. Holy shit, we're still talking about Abraham Lincoln. Yes, we are.
Sidestepping my point, which is right now.
I don't think you can answer the question.
I'm asking you right now, based on the American Civil War, what was going on, okay? Okay. So he's repeating his point, and now he's gonna have to say, listen, you sidestepping motherfucker. I'm asking you, no, that's not it. I need to, which is sidestepping. Okay.
Arresting politicians.
Which is sidestepping my point, which is right now.
I don't think you can answer the question.
I already did answer the question.
Oh, we're just sidestepping my point. You can't answer the question? Okay. He won't. Poetry, says Common People. He enjoys this. A comment. Are you Artoria? I would get kicked out and jumped. Yeah, you will get kicked out if you say to someone, let me eat that booty. If you say that, no, you're fucked. Not in a good way. Get kicked out and jumped. And you know what? You would deserve it. Don't do it. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let me just say that. Artoria says that's something that's worked, but I don't condone it. I don't think that would work. As a woman, I don't think that would work. It's just what I'm saying. But hey, I haven't been out in the dating world for 15 years, so I don't know. Maybe things have changed and I'm just an old hag and don't understand. So, Rex has one for you, Artoria. Hey, are your parents retarded? Because you're making me feel special. I've had many names. That booty commensurate. Commensurate. Okay, guys. Okay. Sidestepping my point, which is this is why we're so slow. Which is right now.
You're ignoring
No,
the
I
question.
answered the question by saying you know more about it than me.
Okay, I think that's where we actually have to go. Wait.
You remember that?
So do you,
Which is right now. I don't think you can answer the question. I don't think. Which is right now. Okay, I don't think you can answer the question. Should we go to 128? Let's get to 128. Mine doesn't even make sense. Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. Like, also, don't eat ass after Taco Bell. That's not a good thing. Okay, I don't think you can answer the question. I already did. So we've got, I did answer the question. Okay, we're going to go until 128. I already did answer the question. Jeez, the thing sounds like it's vomiting. Hey, ship.
do you want to say I don't know?
I already said that.
But you want to say I don't know. I already did answer the question. You want to say I don't know.
You're not.
About it than me.
Uh-huh.
You remember that?
So do you want to say I don't? You're
No,
ignoring the
I
question.
answered the question by saying you know more about it than me.
Uh-huh.
By saying you know more about it than me. I really think you could have examined this again. Let me just say it again. Okay. And we wouldn't have had to have this extended exchange. Okay, copy. Tim is not being heard here, so he's gonna keep pushing about it.
You remember that?
So do you want to say I don't know?
Do you remember that? He's being pissy here. Do you remember that? You know, seeing as you gave us a whole fucking speech. So do you want to say I don't know?
I already said that.
So you're not sure.
I already said that. He did. I'll even show you. It's true. He did. And we can show you with our beautiful mind map. He said, I don't know. I love being able to do that, okay? Go back in the video, see? And we are still on the I don't know. So we had all of this exchange and we did not move. Okay. I don't think you can answer the question. You can make such a cool song about this. So you want to say I don't know? No! Sorry, I'm getting a bit loopy. I think we need to stop. Had drilling in my head all day. Got some chores to do. Okay.
I've already said that. But what I'm saying is the example you're bringing up is not relevant to the current situation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and that he's supposed to agree with because he did say this. I believe you want habeas in case that matters. Hi from USA. Hi, Justin Safford. Have you... What is... Sorry, what does that mean? I'm not looking outside. I just want chat to... Chat can give me ideas, but I'm not doing extra research. Oh my god. You guys can't hear the drilling, but it's... habeas corpus. Is that basically... what do you call it? Martial law. Is that the fancy word for martial law? Show me the body, I think. Show me the, like, in, yeah, it's, oh, hey, baby. It's a legal writ of some kind. Yeah, I think with Tim, he brings it up because he's talking about suspending due process. So that's probably what it means. Okay.
Should Donald Trump
Makes sense. Show me the body means due process.
invoke the Insurrection Act and send U.S. Army into... Should
Said that, but what I'm saying is the example you're bringing up is not relevant to the current situation.
should
So he just fucking, here we go. I'm just, his next question, just out of no, like, doesn't follow on from here. He just asks a question of here. So should, not even so, I don't even think he says so. He said should. Trump.
Donald Trump invoke the Insurrection Act and send U.S. Army into California?
Should Donald... I'm just typing the transcript right now because it seems to go a little bit faster and I don't get lost in the transcript. Should Donald Trump invoke the Insurrection Act and send U.S. Army into California?
Oregon, and Washington to stop.
So this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, what does Tim mean Trump should be able to do? Like, we're talking about wartime. So we've established that we've got this conflict wartime that should now justify these things that Trump's going to do. So here they are. This seems to be the suggestion that he should be able to do this, and he would support it.
Start hunting down and arresting the terrorist cells that are organized.
California, and start hunting down terrorist cells that are organizing
these attacks.
So yeah, he's gone and used the very heavy word of terrorist cells there.
No, I think the law enforcement can take care of that.
They're being
Okay. No, I think the law enforcement can take care of that. Good Lord, they're drilling hard.
they're not doing it.
They're not doing it. So this goes back to Tim's point over here, where he's talking. Remember also, because rhetorically he was living it under the guise of hypothetical, which I was just like, tell me the fact. Stop being fancy footwork about it, okay? And just tell me. Because he goes, let's say in their state. So I'd agreed here that this is a problematic context. Let's say in their state body, someone proposes a bill that they will not arrest nor provide any assistance. So this he brought up as a hypothetical. It seems like. And then I was like, no, he's probably waiting for the reveal. So just playing the rhetorical game, no, we don't need it. It's unnecessary. But I guess Tim does it with his eyes closed. He can't but interact in this way. Like, look, my big reveal is coming. They're not doing it. So look, there's his reveal. It was his setup and payoff. Okay. So seems his earlier hypothetical was something He wanted to reveal as currently happening. Wow, I just don't like yes, cool, but I just don't like the games. I don't like the games. So just tell us stuff. Okay. Oh no, we have 10 seconds.
What do you mean they're not doing it?
Well, I mean, we've
What do you mean they're not doing it? There we go.
had far left terroristic cells operating with impunity in many of these jurisdictions. So let's take a look at.
Okay. He's going to tell us about. Let's just go back.
At cells operating.
What do you mean they're not doing it?
Well, I mean,
Let's leave it at that. 127. 52 is when we finish session 1. Let's fill you up and make you large. There you go. And session 1. Okay, we save. I will share. Yeah, upload. Okay, it's going to be uploading to the internets. So I will be able to share it with a link. Upload complete. Give me the link. And here is the link. Woo! It will go. No, not the answer. I said copy link, you shit face. There we go. You guys got a bit of the diagram there, but here is the diagram. I've shared it in chat and it will be in the comments section, the description. This the worst first date with Simple ever. Oh, you got the conversations you wanted from Tim. You want to talk about your what do you call it? Your civil war, etc. What am I supposed to do? Actually study for my midterm? That's what you're gonna do. I've finished my stream in time for you. Okay. Sure, I probably only diagrammed for 3.5 hours, and the rest was just chit chat. But you know, it's a 4-hour stream. I've thoroughly enjoyed everybody's company. I hope you will be here tomorrow afternoon. So it'll actually be later tomorrow that I will return to this for session 2. So this time slot is only going to happen again on Thursday. Tomorrow will be later. So I'm giving you different options for your study time, Rex. Okay, so tomorrow you'll be able to spend this time studying, and then later I'll start at around 2 my time. So anyway, just look out for the schedule. I'll put it on the schedule. We'll see you there. Yeah, it has been a good time. Look out for my summary. It's still coming. About Douglas Murray and whatever, but this is the rhythm we're trying to get into, where we finish diagrams, we make summary videos in the background, and we live diagram every week. So have a nice life and enjoy the outro. It's late as fuck. Well, it's early for us, okay? Us time zone supremacists over here in the Gulf Standard Time. Enjoy Creamage's new okay, thanks bye is exactly it. His outro song, guys. I hope you like it. I think it's pretty funny. So yes, have a nice life, and okay, thanks bye.
I'm autistic as fuck, and so is Chad. We sparked out hard, yeah, we went full cap. Axel still hissing, Daisy's on the shelf. She just knocked over the internet itself. I'll see you next time, take care. We'll be vibing again, I swear. It's been a long stream, you my friend. We'll talk about it when I see you again. We had some fun, we lost our way. That's all I've got, so go away. That's all I've got. you.